Yes. Okay. Perfect.
Bonjour.
Warsha.
Okay. Session 8.
Them while they're also.
Last time, we started on day 7 in the aftermath of an attack on Drellin's Ferry by a band of hobgoblins. You began our last session by, let's say, delivering the hobgoblin corpses across town in front of a familiar town councilman's home.
The home is familiar.
Rex discussed the battle with Sertierin for a lot of that day, and asked for a bit of an expedited delivery of his firearm.
That's true.
Speed it up.
Straight arm?
What?
Straight arm?
Yeah, I guess there's no fire involved.
Why you do fire arrows?
I actually don't know what the root of firearm is referring to, so you might be right.
With you, however, I suspect it is closer towards what Caleb is insinuating and less towards what I am.
Redrick, and maybe to a slightly lesser extent, Davian spoke to Aldo and Lucio, while Davian definitely spoke to Eormel. Tor had a discussion with one of the merchants lodging at the Old Bridge Inn. And then on day 8, after waking, sleeping in a little bit, resting, you encountered a woman in the garb of the Lions of Brindle, a Tayana Sura, and who had grim news to share about the presence of not just hobgoblins but also ogres on the road north of Brindle, where they had set up a bit of a, I guess, a roadblock.
It's the Old Rest Trail, I believe.
I believe so.
Rest Trail,
Yeah. There really is only one legitimate path north of Brindle, if I remember correctly. So, let's see. Redrick, I believe, left a note with Tayana to take and help deliver to his colleagues in Douth, as she swept back to Brindle to update them on the situation you described. We left our session at the end of last week with Tayana buying a fresh horse and galloping out of town. That leaves you all probably around noon on the 8th day, with most of the day ahead of you. What would you all like to do?
I suppose one other notable thing from last session was at the end of the previous day, had a conversation with Kellen over some of that alcohol, over the aspect of like how real the threat was, and just being very candid and straightforward.
That is right.
We also
With
talked.
him. I don't know if I said him about it.
Yeah.
We also talked with the prisoner and Serana about a plan that we scrapped. I think for now.
I did re-listen to the episode.
Really?
Yeah, that's why I was slightly later here. So I was vacuuming my stairs and re-listening to the episode.
You will be back into your stairs for 3 hours, 4 hours.
Well, I was on speed on the.
So 2 hours.
As it turns out, when you're hearing
20
something,
times speed.
when you're hearing something a second time, and also you're looking for certain parts of it that you want to remember, it does not take the full 3 hours.
It's fair.
I have 2 nominations for hero points.
Okay.
Oh yes.
So first one was Clown Tor for his speaker bit.
Yeah.
That was
That
killer.
bit- that bit was
that was
incredible.
incredible. I Am I
Poor
saying-
Whiston.
To be honest, I would also nominate Zach if possible.
Yeah.
Due to Whiston's responses, were
Yeah.
just like it fed into it being even better. It was just
Yeah.
legendary. Well, it's a bit more than that.
My
So
second.
what would you say you do here?
Yeah.
Just
Thought they
talk.
broke down.
For the speaker part, what are you referring to?
When he was making the joke about the town speaker and he was telling us the best course of action was to be silent, to say nothing, and he said, "You're the town speaker."
Yeah.
And then
Just razzing him.
Yeah.
so the other one would be for Rex for just hunting down and exterminating that last goblin.
That was good.
That was pretty clutch.
Oh yeah, at the beginning, yeah.
I was also going to say Tor, but for his conversation with Rex in the woods, and then
Oh yeah.
and then also Davian for thinking the message across the river to stop the guy that
Yeah.
crossed the river,
Yeah.
and then B for putting up with that psycho Yormil.
It's true.
So we got 3.
Took so
Three.
much. To not
Three
not raise that
recommendations, but
situation.
it's up to Zach.
I think those are all excellent recommendations. So I'm just gonna choose at random. I think that's the best way to do it here.
Rolling a dice. A D&D?
Well,
Zachary. It's
joke's
more likely
on
than
you.
think.
Joke's on you. It's Pathfinder.
And we are gonna go with Tor today for the
Yep.
extra hero
I
point.
think that one was a given no matter
Makes
what.
sense.
Thank you for the nomination.
I would have deferred. If it
I like that you say that after a die roll.
I mean, I would have said it regardless.
Lenny on the just like telepathing the D6 rolls.
Listen,
As
I'm
ever.
saying I would have deferred.
Well-
I listened to that bit a second time today, and it holds up the second time around.
I mean,
I'm
there
just
were-
saying.
There were 2 referrals for Tor, so he rolled with advantage when Zach rolled.
Ah, see, it all comes out. Okay. All right. So I think with that, it's in your hands. What would you all like to do?
This is one of those times where I think back to how Kevin really wisely thought ahead and asked our group, what would we like to do? I responded with a joke and no one said anything else, which is just classic D&D.
How do we kill 4 days? Is that the...
So
No,
Yeah.
it was today, like at 11:30 in the morning. And I was like, "How are we killing time for 3 days in game?" LOL. And Caleb's like, "I'm not sure, but probably a blood ritual involving a grandfather clock." And Lenny said,
It was a good
"Plus
joke.
2," and that was it. that was the extent
It's a
of our
great
plan.
joke.
I went to put a.
He said he killed the grandfather clock was incredible.
I didn't see.
Like I
I
said,
went to put a
plus
face
2.
palm emoji to your joke, but I lost interest when it didn't show up in the automatic suggestions. I'm like, nah, it's not worth it.
So
The
Kevin,
face
did you,
palm. It's a +2.
Did you order more, I can't remember, did you order more scrolls? Because he just finished my second set, I know. And
Kevin had already ordered the dark vision scrolls.
Okay, so those he's doing.
Those are in our list of item to buy.
Right, so he must be doing those today. I would have put,
Those are prepaid for already.
yeah, I would say, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, I'm going to put in some orders for new scrolls, just keep this guy busy. But
keep him busy.
Keep the wizard in town until we need the guy who we know kept one of the other fireball scrolls.
yeah, so I'll do that at, I guess. Actually, I can just do it now. I'll visit him and ask him for another scroll order.
So he'll provide you with the dark vision scrolls.
Great.
And he asks, before he takes your order, he says, "Oh, what's the status of that army?"
Well, I haven't looked at my cards this morning, so couldn't tell you exactly where it is. But I suspect it is another 4-5 days.
Hours, minutes.
Well, yeah. What is it you'd like?
4 scrolls of Augury.
Augury. Interesting.
Thinks that might not be on the wizard's spell list.
It might be. It's definitely on the occult spell list. I think
I
it
would
is.
bet that's not. I bet that is divine and occult.
I
and
think
not arcane.
in D&D it is. I'm gonna check.
Yeah, it is. It is unfortunately not on the arcane spell list. I apologize. An interesting request, but one I cannot provide. However, if you're quite interested, I don't believe that my associate in the forest has fled the town, and I suspect he should be able to fulfill that request. She goes by the name of Avartha, a druid here. She has a little circle just north of town in the forest. If you tell her I sent you, she may be able to craft you some scrolls.
Much appreciated.
I'm role playing right now, so I didn't hear any of that. It's not there.
And is it 12 gold? I think for per scroll, second level.
Yeah, I believe that's right. I'll double check for you.
Over there.
Take. It's good. I will ask you for. I need to not get another chance to have someone do this, so I'm gonna ask him for 4 scrolls of ghostly, or 2 scrolls of ghostly carrier. I'll go with 4. 4 scrolls of ghostly.
He's got to pick him in 4.
Oh, you have to.
He doesn't have to. It's
Well,
just he doesn't make
But
it
it
faster.
feels unnecessary to do
Time
less
is
than that.
is the bigger gate than money at this point.
Yeah.
That's also second level, right?
Yeah, and it's on ghostly carrier is on the
Another-
arcane list.
You can make
It is
anywhere
12 gold.
from 1 to 4 scrolls
Okay.
in the same amount of time.
Yeah, right.
4 scrolls.
That's what I was saying. Time is the bigger gate than money for you guys. Like you're willing to spend the money to save the time.
Gotcha.
Doesn't take,
Yeah, and then I'll
I don't have any.
take my leave.
doesn't take 7
Sounds
years?
good.
4 scrolls in 7 years? Isn't that how it is? Isn't that why that's the expression?
Wrong universe.
Oh, okay.
I'll like take 3 of those. I think.
Well, that's legal too.
30.
Well, he'll make 4,
Oh,
and then you
okay.
can purchase what you
Oh,
want.
great. Perfect.
Um,
All right.
so he says, that's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
just let me know.
Great. And then Rex, are you headed? You said you were headed north. Do you tell anybody you're headed north? I would come with you if you did.
So you'd make me wait for you to go and put your scroll order in while you could go across the river?
As we go through our day, I would be on the lookout to just make nice with any farmers in town.
Okay.
If anyone's bringing in crops or produce, I would love to just sort of chat with them, ask them about their farms, consult their fields.
You notice there appears to be a group of farmers on the northern part of town near another inn called I think it's like the Apple Inn, Green Apple Inn. It is a little bit smaller an inn than what you've been staying in. Not really as well appointed, but it seems like a lot of the locals have been sleeping there. Yeah, you can easily spot a couple of them as they sort of as a group head out to some of the surrounding farmlands, and that's sort of not willing to do it alone. It doesn't look like they're being accompanied by any of the town guards, who are mostly still either at the entrances to the town or across the river. But it looks like they're armed. They have pitchforks and stuff, axes. But they seem to be sort of traveling as a group.
Okay. All headed north, you said?
So these ones are headed out towards the east of town, where there's some farmland in that direction.
I would sort of flag them down. Not really trying to stop them, just trying to go with them. I'm not looking to really accomplish anything here so much as just chat, say hello, kind of learn a little bit more about them. But I would ask, I haven't practiced this accent all week, so it's gonna be. But by the way, for all you guessing at home, the accent I'm going for is sort of an Old Norse accent more than Russian. We'll get there eventually.
Geographically, not that far apart.
Yeah.
You have to work on your inflection.
I've been wanting to start.
Yeah,
your
I think
accent
that's
for like
part
2
of it.
months
Is I want to be
now.
Norse, but I
Like,
want to be
way better than that.
monotone.
Yeah.
And that turns
It's
out to
very
just
different.
sound Russian.
Yes, exactly.
What? Hello there. I see. You're staying at this inn before returning to your farms. You seem nervous on the way back.
Are you armed?
No,
You're not.
I have a small dagger on my person.
Okay.
Looks to be more of a tool than anything.
Who doesn't have a small dagger on a person? Yeah.
I think me.
It's
You better things than daggers.
it's not safe to be alone right now on the farms, and frankly, the town guard doesn't want us leaving at all. But we'd prefer to at least keep an eye on our fields.
On the farms, I know of the raid from yesterday, but was there any danger before this?
Well, the hobgoblins have been poking around outside of town for the last week or so, maybe more.
I see. I'm sorry. I'm new. But you all feel comfortable staying at the farms. I assume your families are there.
Oh, of course not. No, they're here at the Green Apple.
Oh, I see. So you have taken some wisdom, caution in this.
Well, for the first week or so, they just had guards posted out on all the outlying farms, but the attacks have become too frequent, so now we sleep here, tend the farms in the day.
I see. Well, I will let you go. Is there any farmers in particular that seem to be more talkative as far as names go?
I think the most talkative ones would be the younger ones. There are a few like teenagers, with the exception of a couple halflings. They're all human. There are a couple teenagers. If you want to name, there is he's probably like 14 or 15. His name is Martius. He goes by Marty. And he is sort of, you can tell he's with his father, who really does not want to talk to you, but he's more than happy to chat.
I was going to ask, these teenagers, is it like, do I get the impression that the teenagers that are there, are they all with their fathers, or are there some that are like...
You don't really see anyone out of place in that way. Everyone seems to sort of be with their little family units,
Okay.
or extended family in some places.
But most of the family is staying at the inn, right?
Yeah.
It's just sort of the guys going.
Yeah, and there are some women in the group as well,
Okay.
dressed like they're looking to get some work done today. But
Sure. I would try to just walk and chat with them a little bit as we go.
one of them hands you a hand axe as you walk. Just sort of says like, best to be prepared.
As he hands it, I would I would sort of. Do I get the impression of if it would be rude to reject this, or if this is like just a?
I don't think so. You don't get the sense it would be rude.
He's just-
It looked like genuinely just like he wanted to make sure you weren't unprepared if something would happen.
I would as he offers it. I would say I'm. I tend to be better with my hands free, and as I sort of flourish, and I'll kind of form some like ice crystal like hailstones that sort of circle my hands for a little bit.
Okay. The for the farmers that see this, most of them sort of just like look around like confusedly. Some of them were already sort of a little bit standoffish, just noticing your accent. But Marty seems more curious than anything, and if anything, he becomes more talkative after seeing this.
Most of them would also. I don't think I would really stop doing this as I approach people. Like once I get close, it just feels kind of air conditioned, especially if it feels really hot in the area.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that it feels more refreshing. Could be really eerie though, depending on your.
Well, you aren't going icy. You're just
Yeah.
making it cooler.
Right, yeah.
Well,
It's a freaking
And you
summer
probably
out
get
of
and you
it.
get a little bit of a breeze.
So
around, too,
I was gonna
like-
say it is a very hot summer, but the nature of the Vale here is that it does get a lot of wind, like it's breezy almost all the time, and so yeah, it might just feel like they're standing in a particularly cool breeze when they're around you.
Yeah. Yeah, but I would just try to make nice, probably follow them until we get sort of out of town. I'm not looking to follow them back to their farms, but if any of them seem comfortable, like telling me kind of where their farms are at, and I don't need like really specifics now, just just looking to be kind of friendly with some of the farmers. That's all.
So Marty tells you that his family owns a very nearby orchard, like right on the edge of town. But you pass it as you walk. And he explains that recently they've been sort of doing rounds as a group, tending to one family's plot at a time. It's not as efficient because they can't really get to cover as much as they normally would, but it's a little more fair and a little more safe to stay as a group.
Gotcha. Is there anyone, I would definitely be looking, interested in kind of whatever, but if anyone has say like a wheat field or some kind of a big field crop that they would have, that would be the type of farm that I would be.
So a little further,
Is that what you're looking for? Some wheat?
a little further out of town,
This
where
might
the
be
plots
related
get
to the
bigger,
conversation that would have
there-
been while we were walking.
there are some like grain fields. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
So absolutely, you would probably, if you would stick around, you would certainly stop at some of them to help. I mean, you don't have to help obviously, but to see the farmers begin to sort of take care of the fields a little bit.
You don't wear a sack in your head, do you?
I forgot about that.
That's why I was asking about the wheat.
Zach, there's done on the stream information.
Got it.
Yeah. I'm kind of debating because I wouldn't necessarily. If they're being friendly, I could see myself spending some time with them at some of the nearby fields, giving them a hand. I mean, I can water crops, Other selections would have made this really,
Oh, I'm sure.
really helpful.
Yeah.
Wood.
Yeah, right. But I mean, I can give them a hand.
Yeah. I mean, they will not turn you down.
Yeah.
And if you do help them, they pretty much immediately offer to share, like their rations and their what some of them snuck out a little bit of, frankly, kind of bad wine from the Green Apple, and they kind of share that in the break times amongst the group, and they share that with you.
Yeah, and I can offer freshly chilled water.
Which pleases them. That's not a luxury they usually get to enjoy.
But if you just turn that water into wine,
I feel like getting to make ice cubes at will in a really warm climate. That's awesome.
yeah.
A group of them start to ask like where you're from, why you're here, what you intend to do, like why you're sticking around in town when these other adventurers keep saying how dangerous it's supposed to be.
Yeah. I come from the north originally, and I have found an old friend here, and the hobgoblins attacked as I came in, so I tried to help defend what little I could. But I'm here. Person I met as I came into the Vale here. They looking to establish crops for mercantile endeavor, as I understand it. So they look for a couple things. One of which is potential farmland to help grow crops, either land themselves or work with farmers in the area. And so I couldn't help but admire the farms you all have here. And I thought I might be here, learn a bit more about your trade. I haven't done farming myself, just learn more, what farmers are interested in.
Marty is sort of more than happy to lead the conversation with the group, but you can tell a lot of people are paying attention. A lot of people are sort of listening. Some people chime in now and again, but they're a little leery. But obviously, most of them are won over by the fact that you're willing to help them a little bit. Marty says, we've been pretty lucky here at Drellin's Ferry. We have all this trade coming through, so we never have any issue selling any of our crops, and they're just we work really hard, but we do good business, and so we've never had any trouble really, especially things like grain and apples, and some of my friends have vineyards. They do really well trading for wine grapes and everything. So
Oh yes, the wine. Mm.
yeah,
Sort of gesture to the wine that's maybe being passed around, or the wine that has made an appearance.
it's pretty good. It really goes to my head, but things are pretty good. At least when hobgoblins aren't raising
Hellhounds, yes.
farms and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, raising with a Z.
Sure.
I'm sorry. The language still. Yeah. Okay. That would be. I'm trying to think if there's anything I would add. I think that would be all.
Okay.
For today. I'll just help them out probably around I kind of imagine maybe we head out early, stop by a few farms, stop for lunch, and maybe after lunch I head back into town to meet back up with these guys.
Okay. Well, Marty will say, "Hey, if you ever want to talk again or anything, just want to say hello. I'm at the Green Apple. It's kind of busy in there, but that's usually where we stay."
Well, thank you for the hospitality, and thank you everyone. And I, top off everyone's glasses. Anyone that might have gotten injured, I'm happy to, return a hit point or two that might be needed.
They all sort of take turns with their water skins. Like they want,
Yeah.
they take you up on that.
Yeah. Hoping by the end, because I'm really not trying to be pushy with any of my conversations. I'm hoping by the end, even some of the older folks have come around to like, you know, like, okay, this guy is weird but not dangerous.
I think if anyone's come around, it's probably there's one older gentleman who has one of the grain fields that you actually helped with.
Yeah.
That's probably going to do a lot more towards ingratiating you than anything else. So
Sure.
put in some good work. What's everyone else up to?
I would have left in the morning
Okay.
after Tiana had left to go. Probably, I think my intention would be today to go north again, through the woods, and try to go maybe even a little further into like the swamp.
Yeah.
To see if I can get any signs that I can, whether on the horizon or closer, of the movement of the army, like whatsoever, or a splinter off from the army, whether using my survival or using my like scouting lore skills, since that's more specific to movements of, you know, larger bodies of organized individuals, or armies, if you will. And then tomorrow I'd probably actually look to go across the ferry.
Okay.
But today I would just head to the north. I would make it known if people said what they were doing for the day prior. But if people went their own ways, I would just go.
I mean, if we do it, if you do spend a second to tell us what you're doing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I would not be the first to initiate. I'm saying if other people were like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to do this today," otherwise I just go.
I mean, I don't know necessarily what my plans are for today. I'd probably share that to some extent. And the other thing I wanted to share, and that was sort of news from the day before, is that after talking to one of Yormel's guards, he mentioned that one of the best ways to get him to show up to a meeting early might just be to bribe his ass. So if he is the last person or he's the person that's making us meet in 4 days opposed to today or tomorrow even, I'd be willing to send some money his way. I asked how much the guards thought it would take, and they said less than you think. So
Interesting. Well, I talked to Kellen last night, obviously, and he seemed much more receptive. So, if you think you can make Yormo move at all,
how much are you willing to put towards that? I think you have the back holding if our money's all in that.
we divided up our reward, but that's the only money that we didn't put into the bag of.
How much was the reward ballpark?
Each of us got, was it 15
Okay,
or was it 50?
then I have that right.
15.
I think it was 15.
Because I currently have 21 and change.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, so it was 15 gold each. That's why we just each took our pay there. I don't know what we have in terms of actual remaining
Hey,
gold.
new guy, how much money do you have?
Apparently, we have a total amount of 310 gold worth of.
I would be willing to give very little, like 1 gold. 1 gold from me, like 1 gold from each of us would be like I'd give a token effort would basically be like there would be no shot that I'd devote significant expenses to this.
Even if that's what gets us the meeting 3 days sooner.
Okay, so
I just wouldn't count on it.
You know the old saying, money can't buy you time? This might be one of the rare exceptions.
I mean, we could also say like, here's a contract that says like, you do some contracts, right? Here's a contract that says if you show up at this meeting, we'll pay you. Not we'll pay you to show up at this meeting.
And then we get them with the timeshare pitch.
Gets them every time.
The location is just on the other side of the bridge. Silverwatch Bridge, yeah.
Does anyone go with Rex on?
Yeah, I would assuming he would be willing to wait for me to just just stop by because I know that the druid's on the way. Would be is the druid to the north? Is it on the way to where we visited the last day? Like we went to the marsh with Rex.
Yeah, it is on the way. Yeah, it is on the east side of the river. It's like so there's like a little pond on the
Yeah.
north side of town, and there's a little forest around the pond, and that's where Ser Tiran told you could find Avarthel.
Yeah. So provided that you would be willing to stop there, I would.
It depends on how long the stops.
Like
take.
I just went to Sirtir and said, "Hey, I want some scrolls," and left. It would be like, I imagine that's no more than like a 1 or 2 minute conversation, and not much longer for the druid, I would say.
What would you say, Zach? In terms of how long that would take?
Yeah, probably no more than half an hour, maybe less.
Could wait on that. The point I say is if it dawdled, Rex would just go because he's like,
Oh no, I would
we
not
need
do
to
that.
move. So, and especially meeting this new person, the druid who we'd never met before,
Mhm.
he would be not interested in like. Rex would not converse with them at all.
Right.
Basically, he'd wait a little bit for you, and if it
Right.
took too long, he would just keep going.
I would intend to keep this pretty short.
So you follow Ser Tiran's directions then. Basically, you go down the path from his house and take a corner and up into the forest along the lake. It's easy to find because there's a little tributary that comes off into the river from the lake. And Avarthel actually finds you, almost like she knew you were coming. And so she doesn't surprise you, but she sort of... it almost seems like she makes herself known, like she kind of maybe makes some noise on purpose as
Like
she
we did with
approaches
the
yeah, kind of, yeah. And what strikes you about Avarthel immediately is that she just looks really young. She looks really young. She looks like maybe maybe a 13 or 14-year-old, but she's tall. She's maybe 5'10", 5'11".
An elf.
It takes you a while, but you notice some pointy ears, and she's half elf. But it just she has an extremely youthful face. She doesn't really greet you kindly or unkindly. She just comes at you with a very even tone. But she is polite, and sort of very much to the point, and just says, "Welcome to the Glade. What brings you here?"
So Tyrion told me that you might be able to help me with some scroll making.
Follow me. And she leads you, should you follow her, to like a very small, like little like hut almost in the woods. It's sort of built into the side of the hill that leads up to that Ser Tiran's house sits on. So it's like right on the edge of the forest, and it's really steep, and it's sort of the sort of thing you wouldn't even notice unless someone told you it was there. It's really just like out of the way and sort of hidden, sort of maybe not on purpose, but sort of the way it's been set up is very hard to spot. But right outside in a clearing are some like stone outcroppings that it's clear have been used as like tables basically, and she actually produces out of like a little basket that looks home woven some goods, some scrolls. She asks, "Are any of these? Do any of these interest you? I do have a scroll of restoration and some scrolls of bless, or are you looking for something more specific?"
something more specific. Needs some help with additional help seeing the future in these times, like some scrolls of augury, if you can make them.
I think that's possible. How quickly do you need them?
As soon as you can.
Were you involved with the conflict yesterday?
Lismelt, one of the primary instigators.
She sort of raises an eyebrow. It's sort of hard to tell whether she approves or disapproves of that. I've heard word from the forest to the north. They find pests in the wood.
Vermin.
I suspect it will only get worse from the stories I hear from the councilman in town. Have you learned anything more?
I'll just let her know that in a few days that we expect an entire horde to be upon us. Just basically that. Suggest you move to the east towards Brindle in a few days' time.
And I'll say from a little ways off. And a dragon.
And a dragon.
She looks at you for like a long time, long enough that it maybe makes you feel a little uncomfortable.
This is me we're talking.
I know. But she has this way of like really staring in a way that like it's just so hard to tell what she's feeling.
Yeah.
I get the sense that you're a little more emotive,
Mm-hmm.
even though you might
Right.
you might not be averse to a stare now and then. But
Yeah.
like she's just so hard to sort of to tease out. So, but she says after a long time, she says, "I'll work on your scrolls," and she kind of clarifies exactly what you want.
Mm-hmm.
I will. Can I leave them with someone? I believe I need to prepare my glade here for my departure.
Mind leaving them at the inn?
Which
What's
The
the
old
bridge?
bridge.
The old bridge.
I can do that.
The name is Runar.
I will ask that you not return here. I may leave some surprises for our guests.
Hopefully they're the nastiest ones you can think of.
There's no other kind for pests.
Just a bunch of the chopper plants for Mario.
Yeah, you'll see. We're gonna give a nod of approval of that, and wish you best of luck and safety.
Good luck to you as well.
Then I'll head out with Rex.
Well, you guys head north.
Yep.
You make a little bit better time on your second path through the forest. You have all day, basically. So you find a couple of interesting things. First off, there is a lot of marsh up here. It's like almost 8 miles of marsh. And it goes all the way up, and you find it sort of where it terminates at the, I think it's called the Old Bridge Road. Let me double check. Old Forest Road. So this is the road where that kind of came and crossed near where you fought the Hydra. That went east to west. I think it's just south of where you fought the Hydra. This bridge, this road, intersected with the Dawnway, and so it's just like a old forest path, really, not very well maintained.
This is what we took when we were going to Jor, right?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, you took the very southern part of the old forest road.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
That is right. But it kind of loops back up and continues and cuts off at the top of the marsh where the ground solidifies. So the marsh is huge, clearly.
Yeah.
And you find that there's evidence of groups crossing at the Old Forest Road into the marsh and at that one tributary river that I had mentioned in the last session.
That I didn't. Well, did we not get to? Did we get to that yesterday? Like, would I have seen these signs yesterday, and would they be any different today?
You saw the first one, the one at the tributary. You know, that's the one at the very southern part of the marsh. You notice that it doesn't look any different at all.
Okay.
And there really isn't much sign of recent upsetting of the marsh.
Okay.
However, you do notice, and you actually, even if you say something to your colleague here, he can't see it. But you notice,
Forex vision, baby.
Tattoos.
perhaps 8 to 10 miles away,
Yep.
on the horizon, you notice creatures flying.
Sick.
It's at this distance, it's really hard to tell how large they are,
Yeah.
but you suspect it's going to be somewhere, given the range
Yeah.
and the height that they're flying at, because otherwise you wouldn't even be able to see them 8 to 10 miles away.
Yeah.
It's probably in that sort of dragon size that you saw
Okay.
at the bridge.
I was gonna ask if any of them looked bigger than the others. From the I mean, if it's not discernible, fine.
It's really hard to tell, but at this distance, that's your best guess. It's in that dragon. You see 2 of them,
Okay.
and it's in that dragon scale. You would guess.
Okay. So that's another. And we traveled. You said it was what, 8 to 10 miles to go from town through the forest to this point.
To the southern point of the marsh,
Yeah.
and today you were able to get all the way to the top of the marsh, which is another 8 miles.
Okay. So we've got about 16 miles of what we kind of covered,
More or less, yeah.
close to that, and they're another 8 to 10.
Yeah.
The flyers are at least. Just depends on where
Yeah.
the rest of the are. They might be scouting ahead or not.
Yeah. Safer to assume they're flying above.
They're escorting over the bridge, like one troop at a time.
So you don't see them stay in one spot.
Yeah.
You do see them move in and out of your view.
Yeah.
And eventually they're gone and you can't see them at all. But it's clear to you that they're there.
Yeah. I guess I have no real reasonable frame of reference of how far an army should be likely to move in a day. I suppose I have the map, which has a reference of day 5 hit this, and then 30 miles away on the Dawnway is day 12. So
You do have 2, one friend and one ally back in town, who definitely each served at various points in time, and are
however,
proficient in lorefare.
that's true.
Oh, Lorfair. I like that.
Lorefare.
That's pretty far though for walking through a marsh.
Yeah, for an army.
And like look how far long it would take. It would take them 7 days just to travel at 30 miles, and that's perfect conditions on the Dawnway.
Yeah.
So
Wait, what? Why did we say they were that slow?
well, I'm just going
based
on
on
their map.
their chart.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So I'm just
Because
extrapolating.
Dawnway is ideal conditions.
Like
for
they're not
moving.
moving nearly as fast as Rex and I are. Like not even close.
No, definitely not.
It's
No.
like 3 or 4 times as long would be my guess.
Yeah.
We probably have
You have to imagine they're only going to be as fast as their slowest.
Yeah.
And we're talking about,
Some stupid
logistics of
slow-
it.
and these guys would know a lot more, but you can, even with your knowledge, you would assume, like, there's gear, there's, like, food and stuff, that supplies
yeah.
that need to be traveled or need to be moved.
Like get stuck in the marsh.
And yeah, it's probably not being carried on their backs, right?
No.
So, yeah, you can maybe make some assumptions, but
Yeah.
but that's really all you see, apart from a good deal of game. This is the only difference you notice between yesterday and today, is that there appeared to be more game in the marsh than there was the day before.
As if fleeing from a certain
Predator.
group of moving creatures. Alright.
Okay. So that's going to take you pretty much the whole day to get back.
Yeah, for sure.
What does the rest of the party do with their day? Davian and Redrick.
Davian,
First thing I'm going to do, this is super quick. I am also going to send a pair of letters with Tayana, since she's heading back towards Brindle.
Okay.
One of them, well, they're both going to go by way of my father in the town. So,
Okay.
I will get you the actual text on that at
Okay.
another point.
It will have to be rather brief, but that's fine.
Yeah, no, like a one pager, nothing crazy.
Was mine brief enough?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
I didn't go back and proofread it much, and it took me about 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So
I still don't.
I felt like it was realistic.
I might give your character the benefit of the doubt, especially if they have decent.
My character's decent charisma and diplomacy skills.
Yeah, so.
He's probably faster than I am.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly. That's sort of where my head was at.
Yeah.
But yes, Davian, absolutely. Provided you just give clear instructions on where they go. Yeah, I don't think that'll be a problem at all.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, should easy enough to find him in Brindle.
Okay. Just let me know, and I'll note that in my Obsidian.
And then basically what I do with the rest of my day comes down to if we're going to bribe Eormal or not.
Runar didn't seem too down for it because he said that he didn't have a lot of faith that it would work.
Oh, specifically what he said is, why should I pay a man so that I can save his life?
You didn't say that.
No, that's what I'm saying. Because I abbreviated it before. I'm saying that's what he would have specifically said to express his opposition.
That was his reasoning behind the
Yeah.
opposition. Okay.
Well,
We're paying him to save everybody else who's going to leave if we buy his vote.
we're not saving his life, we're saving everyone's lives.
Yeah, so no, my day is either bribing Eormal or helping Serana in town. I guess whether it's like to fortify it or something, just lend assistance.
They you get the sense that the soldiers in town are exhausted, and kind of they've started taking turns resting and trying to recuperate after it seems like spending a lot of time pulling out some fortifications across the river and placing them on the road and some things like that. So there would be plenty of work for you if you want to help. Absolutely.
Yeah, and if it's if it's strategy fortification stuff, awesome. If it's literally taking a shift on the west bank guarding the main town gate, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah.
They're off scouting. I can't currently think of anything more productive to do if we're not gonna bribe Eormal too.
My plan is
and maybe that also we try and bribe him to move it up to tomorrow, and then I'll go about my day helping Serana.
Runar didn't see it before. He's gone now, so I just figured we'd do it anyway. And if he gets mad about it, then oh well.
I think Rex is rubbing off on you.
I made no promises.
That's fair.
Another question.
But I also don't want to burn a bunch of extra money that we don't have to burn. So what do you think is a reasonable starting point for this offer?
And how much of the money is in the bag of holding versus in personal coin?
Oh, that's a good point.
I mean, we have 45 gold between the two of us. And I was thinking 50, so. Because 50 gold, it sucks, but I mean.
We could give him this sword that I no longer need because I now realize that this other sword can't use the striking or the +1 or striking rune that's on it. Which we
Can't
gave the
use the
inventory.
striking? I do.
We did buy.
Yeah, I wasn't able to I can't put runes on Shadow Steel, right?
That's right.
That's why we bought the +1 striking longsword.
We don't. So it doesn't have striking on it anymore.
Oh, so
It got transferred to
Gotcha.
Because the bow would have the striking.
Okay,
It'd still
so
be a +1
striking went to
longsword.
that, and then you took the battle axe one for your dwarven battle axe.
Yeah.
Okay, so those are both spent.
Well, the longsword still has a +1 on it.
the value.
Right.
It just doesn't have striking.
Does
Because my bow already had a +1
does the
rune, just not
rune
the striking.
the +1 rune also is transferable? Is that
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct.
How much is it? 35 gold pieces. So we sell just that +1, we would get, what, 17.5 gold, which would put us over 50. Two of us.
Yeah, we could do it. I can't think we're gonna need it anytime soon.
We could do that. We could sell it back to the blacksmith. Although, ooh, maybe we sell it to the wizard.
That's. I think I like that idea. Just don't want to offend him. We're being practical, but we don't want to be rude.
Yeah.
Yes. So we will go to Sir Tyrion
Okay.
and sell the +1 longsword, which looks like it's 35, and then I assume plus whatever the base
Longsword
value
is.
of the longsword is. So it'll be like.
that too.
It's very little, I think.
In comparison, 1 gold.
Okay.
But
so
hey, that makes it an even number.
that's perfect.
That's true.
36 gold, which is much easier to buy by 2.
Like it.
So if we can assume that we can safely get that.
Yeah, he'll pay that. He'll pay that.
That's 18 gold
He doesn't
each if we split it.
seem to be interested in talking to you too much.
What? No, it's 9 gold each if we split it.
You're right.
Yeah.
But he's happy to take your goods.
Cool. And don't
so
show
much
it to
you
a
got,
blacksmith. Cool.
We just bought it for the striking rune.
Did you steal it from him?
No.
Well, then I don't think he'd mind.
Alright, so how much gold do you have?
I have 34 now.
Sure. Yeah, so so before I head out for the day trying to just help around the town, we will each pony up 25 of
Okay.
what we've got. And maybe you should be the one to bring this. I suspect he will not be pleased to see me again.
I was actually gonna go to
Noro.
Noro, talk to him first, to just make sure that Yormil was the only outstanding person, and from there just say, hey, could you draft a letter that basically says, we're willing to pay you 50 gold, so it's not even coming to us.
That's fair.
And it's 50 gold on contingent of him staying for the full meeting, if he comes tonight. And I think we should try and move the meeting to tonight. To give him enough time to disperse the information that everyone will be here, but then also,
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what Rex finds out, and if he has new information for us that could make it all the more convincing for the discussion tonight.
To be fair, rewatching the VOD, you did ask if he was the only
Oh, I did?
holdout. Yeah,
Was
it's
he?
just he didn't answer.
Well,
He said, I think you know who the holdouts are.
Yeah.
And you asked, is it 1 or is it 2? And you didn't get the answer because he got roasted by.
Yeah.
He got roasted by Tor, so
Thanks, Tor.
he went off.
Yeah.
I love it so much.
It was, like I said,
Yep, I
that
remember.
stretch holds up real well on a second watch.
Amazing. Okay, so we will first go to Noro
Okay.
and extend the offer/bribe.
So Noro, you find in his home. You have to wake him. It's very clear because he comes in. His hair's everywhere. He's a mess. Looks like he had passed out during the day. Clearly flustered, but not displeased to see you. And he just sort of asks, what are you doing here?
Trying to move up the timetable.
we have a proposition.
Okay.
I asked yesterday, and you said I know who it was. Is there anyone else in this room, by the way, besides him?
No, at this point, he might have like one of his what's it?
I said runners, but I was gonna say.
Yeah, basically coming in and out, but
But you implied yesterday that Yorma was probably the biggest outstanding person that was keeping the meeting from being sooner.
I think that's fair to say. Yeah.
We thought that if we were to encourage him with a sum of 50 gold to attend the meeting, if he came tonight and stayed for the full duration, that he would be...
Maybe we start lower, and if He doesn't laugh at that. I'm just kidding.
hold on.
No, I'm just playing. Just kidding. Just playing. Findings.
Good omen, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, if we encourage a reward of 50 gold, maybe that gets him here, and then from there, everyone else agrees. Assuming everyone else will agree to show up, from there, we could actually look to have a meeting tonight.
Tonight.
I know it's short notice, but every day counts, and yeah, tonight is what I was hoping for. At the latest tomorrow.
Well,
I'm willing to help run correspondence around if you need me to.
you certainly are speaking his language now.
Talk to one of his guards.
I clearly I wouldn't have expected you to take this step, but I must say I do think it will work. I don't know about this evening, however. It is it's already most of the day has already passed, and
This is the first thing I'm doing today.
well, you guys remember you
I
spent
wrote a letter.
you spent a lot of time with Tayana in the morning. And frankly, I'm still trying to decide what to make of the message from Brindle today, and but what do you say? I make an offer for him for first thing in the morning.
What if we say 50 gold for tonight, 30 gold for tomorrow?
Oh my!
Give a little incentive. Expedition.
Whew, frankly, you just reminded me of Bjornmel right now. Yes, let me try. I'll send a runner right away if that's okay with you. I assume you have the funds.
Yes.
Oh,
between
okay.
the two of us. I just don't like the idea of having to give him money and then him decide not to show up anyway. So I'm just looking to pay him afterwards. And look,
You could hold it in escrow.
yeah,
if you
we'll
make
give him the gold right now. That's a good thing.
Okay. Hold on just a moment. I can write up a contract right now if you'd like to wait.
Sure.
He scribbles out basically your offer, takes it with, gives it to a runner, and he does sign it with his seal, sort of to make it
That official.
binding, and sends it off.
Jumps in as Electrum.
I think. Why don't you give me a diplomacy check, sort of as part of this process?
Why do I feel like diplomacy used to be higher?
I think you can add 2 to it for
My thing.
what thing?
Oh,
The money.
Oh, for the gold, yeah.
I was gonna say for my Oathkeeper dwarf bonus, but this isn't exactly trying to convince someone that I'm telling the truth.
Right.
So I didn't think that would apply.
Right.
So plus 2 attack and modifier brings it to a 25. No,
Wow.
24.
Okay.
It's a banger roll.
Okay. Do you stick around, or what do you guys do after the runner heads out?
What did you want to do?
Go help Serana, possibly take a shift at a gate or something.
All right, I'm gonna wait here because if he accepts the offer, you're gonna. I look to.
I give you my 25.
Okay. What do you get the 25?
Or, yeah, whichever.
I look if he accepts the offer, Norrell, I'm looking to help you contact the other council members about the short notice on the meeting tonight. I have a RAM, a little faster than most people.
Will you stay here?
I'll wait and see what this response says. Yeah.
Okay. And then what does Davian do?
Go talk to Serana and
Yeah.
see what I can do.
Serana sort of looks even more tired than usual. She thanks you, but sends you to one of her lieutenants. This is someone you've seen before, someone that often...
Is Lieutenant A or Lieutenant B?
Okay, so she introduces him as Micus. And this is the gentleman who often sort of fights at her side, like I think one of her lieutenants seems to be a little more senior and handles things on his own, and another sort of often you see him with her. But to give you a kind of an idea of what's going on, they're all sort of split up at this point, all taking their own tasks, all sort of harried. Micus is like a very short, broad human, just like really clearly very strong, very well trained. You can see the way he almost walks like a judo practitioner, like a really wide stance, like he's always trying to keep a center of gravity. But also like a jolly guy, like clearly happy to have some help. And you guys do, if provided you're happy with that situation, like following him around, you do a bunch of stuff. You check in on soldiers, you do some repairs to some of the barricades across the river. You do some like security checks at the checkpoints at the exits to town on the east side. You just kind of travel all over, do your rounds, and he seems genuinely just super happy to have some company. Anything you wanted to ask him about or talk to him about, or anything you wanted to get out of him?
Nothing specific. No, like this is definitely just felt like the way I could do something productive today.
Yeah.
Aside from trying to get this meeting sooner.
It seems like he's actually fairly well rested. Perhaps he's been doing some rotations, sleeping with the other lieutenant, but he actually also just appears to be in a much better mood than most. Almost like he's just very happy to have something to do, if that makes sense. Not be bored. But yeah.
You seem awful chipper despite the circumstances.
Well, to be honest, I used to really enjoy my job. I used to do protection for caravans. I was good at it. And I really like working for Serana, but it's kind of boring. All we kind of do is oversee trade across the Elsyr and prevent drunk merchants from punching each other. And listen, I don't want anything bad to happen to town, but this is the most excitement I've had in years.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't press the matter. It's fair. Yeah, I get it.
Rhetoric. You within an hour you get a response saying that dusk.
Shit, yeah. Okay.
He'll arrive at the town speaker's home for the meeting.
Okay. Let's start informing the people.
He sends his runners out. He asks you first. Who would do you know where any of the council members reside?
I know where Sotirin lives. I know where the tavern is. I know where Delora is. Well, assuming she's home. I think I know. I mean, it's Serana. Whichever one's the most convenient.
Why don't you go speak to?
I don't know where Aberthel is.
Why don't you, since you've been staying at the Old Bridge, why don't you go speak to Kellen and Dolores right there on the south of town?
Sure.
And I'll send runners out to the rest.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna head to. I'm gonna look for Delora first, in the hopes that she comes with me to help convince Nora. In case he needs more convincing.
Wait, who?
Which two you said?
Kellen?
Sorry,
Kellen and Delora.
Sorry, I meant Kellen, not.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to Delora first, hoping that
Okay.
she'll convince Kellen.
Okay. Well, Dolores' response is basically like, finally. It's about time we have a real conversation about this.
How long is it until dusk? By the way,
A couple hours.
Okay.
Yeah, you have time.
Okay.
And Kellen wants to sit down and drink first.
I mean, assuming that I get my job, my convincing done, I'll drink. You got nothing better to do until the meeting starts.
Well, he smiles at you as you kind of sit down with a round, like a big goofy smile, and he says, "How did you convince Yormel?"
Well,
Gave back her commission for.
if I told you, I'm worried you'd want the same treatment.
Oh, really? Well, I'll be honest. Respect to you for finding his weak point.
It wasn't sex.
What did I do that for?
What were the bodies for?
Well, I will see you this evening.
Sure. Looking forward to it. I'm gonna let Nora know that I delivered my piece, and I'll probably be back to have a pint or two with you if that's all right. But I'm not gonna get too into my cups. I want to keep my head in the game for the meeting.
Fair enough.
And that's what I'll do.
All right. So, you guys probably arrive just in time for this meeting.
I'm so happy. I'm getting
Yeah,
back.
yeah, both of us very
So,
pleased.
definitely pretty like mucky, right? We just
Oh,
trudged through.
yeah, you guys are a mess.
Yeah, I trudged through a marsh. I mean, I'm not like worried about it, but I'm definitely like covered.
Oh, it'd be so great if the meeting was in Yormel's home and we could just track mud all over it.
No chance that I host.
Oh, so Tor, I should ask what you want to do with the rest of your day until dusk.
Yeah, so after I get back, I guess Rex, you had left early.
We're
regardless.
super going based on what you were doing.
Yeah. What? Runar, Davy, and Brethric, where?
Runar
So
came with-
after talking to, what's her name, Tayana, and we sent some letters off with her, we went to Noro and offered the bribe.
Yeah.
I then went to Serana and just offered to help for the day with stuff around town. He stuck around, and when the bribe was accepted, he went and told Delora and Kellen and summoned them to the council meeting that is now tonight, because we ponied up 50 gold for that.
Yeah.
And that's what we did with the rest of our day. They went way north,
Yeah.
like 16 miles north of
Yeah.
town, and Rex spotted another 8 to 10 miles on the horizon, like some flying creatures that we're assuming
Yeah.
are army related.
Are likely dragon size based off of distance and size
Oh yeah,
of the
well,
sky.
quantity wise, ballpark.
Two.
He saw
Okay,
two separate ones.
Specifically two.
Or at least he saw two at the same time, I guess is how I'll put that, if that makes sense.
Fair.
Yep, that's fair.
So given what I had said earlier, I probably would have ended up going with those two. But for simplicity of the story, if you don't mind, I could just have helped out the farmers through the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Come back in the evening
Conveniently
when
just
when
the
they're
council meeting.
reconvening, kind of.
At some point during the day, a runner probably would have been sent to tell you that there is going to be a meeting at Whiston's house at dusk.
Huh. That happened quicker than I thought. All right. So I would head back early enough that I could. Well, I would maybe see if they would. I would either have dinner with the farmers if the time would work out.
Oh yeah, that would.
Okay.
They go back to the Green Apple for
Okay.
dinner, where the
And
food
they're
is actually
looking-
surprisingly good.
They're probably looking to be back before the sun goes down, I'm guessing.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely, yeah. They do not want to be outside of town in the dark. And the food is not bad. The ale is not great compared to the Old Bridge, but the food, it seems as though the farmers have been kind of pooling some of their resources, and the food is excellent. So you have like a really nice spread for dinner, which they treat you to, and seem to really warm to you after kind of sharing a meal and sort of having the benefit of your sort of cold beverages for the day.
Yeah. Okay. And with that, I would say it's been a wonderful time farming with you all today. Thank you for time and hospitality. Now I must go and speak to people about how they want you to run your lives, I guess. Good luck.
What a send off.
And at this point, I'm after spending the day with me, I think they would know it's a little tongue in cheek, but
Well, a few of them tell you to come back, join them again, and a couple of Marty offers you a drink if you come back. He'll buy you a drink.
but yeah, then I'll just head back and look around for these guys.
Yeah. So you find it's quite clear because so there's the central green.
Actually, I would like to believe that I would confidently leave after that nice remark, and then peek back in and go, do any of you know where Winston lives?
So Marty comes out of the front door and literally points like 3 houses away at like a really big mansion.
Oh, good. I thought that was late.
And you can actually see, so that's a great lead-in. So you can see there's some people congregating around the front of the house. People coming in from different parts of town. So pretty easy. And you probably also notice some of your peers that have made their way too. So the sun sets. It's dusk, and on time. First in line is Yormel in the door, and you do notice that he is flanked by Aldo and Lucio, and you I think probably especially Redrick, they would grin at you.
Yeah,
as you come in.
I'm gonna wink at Lucio for
Lugia.
And just like annoying smile.
Lucio? No, Lugia. No, isn't Lucio just its own Pokemon? Lucario.
Oh yeah.
Who likes Lucario? Whatever.
I
know.
A lot of people.
Oh yeah, it's a popular one.
There's the main Pokemon separated right now is like voting off who's the weakest. Top 4 remaining. Pikachu's not even in it because obviously it's easy. The last
so
4
Marie?
are Charizard,
Wait, is Ash
Sceptile, Lucario, and Greninja are the final 4 of like
This is-
Ash's strongest Pokemon
Oh,
ever.
Ash is strongest.
Oh,
Yeah,
Got it.
it's been fun watching. I don't vote. It's been amusing.
I like how it's strongest, not most likely to win a duel, because Charizard. Anyways.
So,
Pokemon?
sorry for the aside here, but does anyone know if there's like a half decent PDF reader for Mac? Because the one out of the box is not good. It's like really slow.
You get a PDF reader for like Chrome extension.
Oh,
yeah.
Is what I do.
Okay.
No,
Or an
but-
Obsidian.
Wait,
It's
what?
fine. Obsidian can handle PDFs.
Really?
Yeah.
And the best part is you can highlight portions and link from notes to that specific portion. It's
News to me.
it was an update after I started using it. But so I would throw all the monster manuals in there and link to
Nice.
the pages.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to add that to my to-do list.
So you can also do the like exclamation syntax to have it like open a little preview window.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's cool.
It's not the fastest PDF reader, but it does fine in my experience.
So, you are all ushered into. So you pass Aldo, Lucio. You also pass one of Serana's lieutenants. So, Micus is there also. None of those three come inside. They all just stand at the front of, sort of guarding the building.
Micus.
One of the lieutenants.
Oh, okay.
The one that Davian spent the day with.
Okay.
Otherwise, there's no real guard presence. You really do get the sense they're still all defending the town, right?
Perfect. You killed them all. Become the council.
Yep.
I am the Senate.
I am the Senate.
In the great room of Noro's home, you find that he's kind of moved all the furniture around a big central table, like basically his dining room, except it's just set up as sort of a council meeting. So Delora, Noro, Eormel, Kellen, Serana, and Whiston all have seats at the table.
Did you say Noro and Whiston as two separate people?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I doubled that up.
Okay. But Everthil, Sirtiran, and Drekthar don't?
Sirtiran's here. Avarthal's not here. And actually, only Sirtiran is here of the rest of the sort of leaders of town.
But Drekthar and Everthil are
They're not here.
They're not here.
Yeah, they're not here.
Kellen is there.
Kellen's there. He's seated. And Serana invites you to sit at the table. The five of you.
Oh, I'm here now.
Yeah, you guys, you would have showed up. While no one in the council seems to mind, the housekeepers from Whiston do glare at the both of you as you enter, covered in mud.
It's nice. I would be really stinky, but in the 3 houses that I walk, in lieu of having prestidigitation, I would conjure a small shower for myself.
Oh my gosh.
And then dry myself off.
Okay.
You do have those
Like,
two
I would
powers.
be-
That's awesome.
I would be like soaking wet as I like approach the doorstep, and then just like dry off as I cross the threshold.
Micus is just like, fine, yeah, come in.
I would. No, I wouldn't. I'm good. I'm not. Never mind your speech. I wouldn't do anything differently.
But I've edited it like 5 times because the
I
series keep
would
changing.
definitely not.
So how would be like weird segues or something.
That's okay.
I would stand, but respectfully close enough to the table to be part of it. I'd probably stand nearish to wherever Davian sits down.
Okay.
Rex is following me, so I get up and move to a different seat, and then
I would promptly take his legs out from under the butt of my glaive.
I fireball the council. Everyone down! You gotta leave! This is
The
gonna happen
council's
again.
dead. The council has unanimously decided.
To die.
There were no objections to our plan.
No, I'll take a seat near Delora or Serana.
Okay. All right. Noro takes a deep breath and says,
Before we start, sorry.
okay.
Rex, did you share? Did you guys share what you found?
It sounds like we just walked in.
Oh, okay, cool, great, okay.
It sounds like
Yeah.
unless there was time to actually convene, it doesn't sound like it. It sounds like
No.
it's like we
No.
walked in and
Okay.
we're here.
Yeah, this all came together very suddenly. But Noro takes a deep breath and says, welcome. And as he does, Eormel says, He glares at you. I mean, he can tell he is not pleased with that answer.
That's what we wrote up. That was the deal.
He realized. I think he understands, and then he just sort of sits back.
Dang, they're gonna enforce the contract.
Yep. He sort of starts. You can kind of hear him tapping his foot, like on the hardwood floors. So Noro takes another deep breath and says, "As I was saying, welcome." And as he does, a whistle, shrieking whistle, comes from outside, and you hear bellowing from somewhere outside of the building. It sounds like maybe Micah's voice. You're probably the only one that would recognize that. But it's clearly some sort of an alarm. Like he it doesn't sound clear. It sounds like panicked. Yeah, completely panicked.
I sprint to the door.
I stand, but just try to remain calm.
Meet, and then I leave.
So Serana obviously bolts up immediately, and her focus appears to be, as you sort of all act, right?
Yeah.
Her focus appears to be the safety of the council. So she's kind of like immediately giving them instructions of like getting away from the windows and like getting down and sort of making sure they're safe.
I'm just trying to see what is outside.
Yeah.
I'm staying in house property.
Sure.
Proper.
Okay.
Rather than like going towards whatever.
And there are windows at the front of the property. Like you
Sure,
could definitely
that'll
look
work
out.
too, whatever
I
it
am
is.
not.
Okay. All right.
I'm out the door.
All right. So you see Micah's and both Aldo and Lucio locked in combat. There are 3 clear combatants, and they're just in the middle of the
I thought
main.
you meant fighting each other.
No,
for
not
half a
fighting each
second.
other.
Me
Like,
too, me too.
like Micus is like, I'm bored. Let's go, you two.
They are locked in combat with what look like 2 hobgoblins and a creature you do not recognize.
Oh, my favorite.
I do love that.
I will share the image in.
That looks like XP.
How much do the council worth?
Big bag
Kill
of XP.
everyone. Can you heal this one so I can stab it again?
I need a double red from this XP.
Micus is locked in combat with this strange, enormous creature in the middle of the green. Aldo is fighting one of the hobgoblins, and Lucio is fighting another one of the hobgoblins.
Dragon.
Yeah, that's
Um,
not.
oh wait, I'm getting a picture.
No.
No.
Dragon with
Goat.
with
One of the hobgoblins.
Lion.
I know you do. I was really pleased to see that. One of the hobgoblins is wielding 2 short swords
Oh, somebody sick is a badass.
and is not. It does not appear to be a rank and file hobgoblin. It seems to be fighting with some
Ghost.
deftness. Another appears to be casting spells.
Target acquired.
So why don't we have everyone roll initiative, and we'll set up our little area here.
Man. At least I ran outside first.
At least I stayed by the council table. Oh wait,
Now here's
Is
the real
initiative a
question.
check?
Do I have eyes on this? I don't need eyes on it. Do I need eyes on it? Hold on.
Guys to see.
Hold.
well, you don't need eyes on it because it has 6 eyes.
Oh,
Hold.
Look.
Where is this?
Look with your special eyes.
where is this guy? I know he's around here somewhere. I just saw him recently.
King Caleb, King of
I
Initiative.
yeah. So assuming I see this,
Yeah.
assuming I see
have
this either
Actually, this.
beautiful. Assuming I see this either through door or through window, I absolutely, the trigger of me yelling out
So nice.
is going to give everybody +1 on their initiative roll. An additional.
What were
plus
those
one.
two guys?
From Scouts,
my 11
Scouts
to a
warning.
12.
So there's There's the mob guys, Aldo and Lucio. They were fighting a hobgoblin, and the two lieutenants were fighting
Okay.
Chimera. I mean, the thing I don't know what it is clearly.
Oh, it was 2 lieutenants? I thought it was just
Just
Micah's.
this one.
Oh, just the
The,
one.
the other one is probably on the other side of the river.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so for the purposes of this combat,
Were we in this building?
let's say you guys are in this building,
Mm-hmm.
and then this is going to be the open green. Okay.
Okay.
So this
Oh, so we're in
creature.
a different chunk of town. We're
Yes.
just using the same. Okay.
So technically, the green is right here, and then like way over here is where your building is.
Mm-hmm.
But for the sake of this, I think it's fine. Just it's going to be
Yeah.
a big grassy plain, no difficult terrain,
Mm.
and there are buildings to the left and to the right of Nora's home, but I don't think it's going to matter for this. So that's Micah's.
You have
And-
generic town guard.
This is not a generic town guard. This is a lieutenant.
Oh,
Lieutenant Micus
snappers.
himself.
This
Yes.
generic town guard is
He
appropriate.
landed right on the fucking ferry. Wait, is that actually where? Is he on the ferry?
No.
Okay.
This is all just
I know.
grass.
I didn't think sure.
Yeah.
I saw that and just immediately like, of course they fucking did, and then remembered that that's not actually where we are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not there. Or that away.
Yeah, you guys are
Alright.
that way. That's right.
Lieutenant vibes.
Ooh. Ran
Oh,
to the
So,
side.
Zach, how big are hobgoblins typically? I know the bugbears, like,
Bugbears are
Huge.
huge.
Like-
Hobgoblins are human size,
okay, so, but like, they're.
maybe a little shorter, but
They're,
Okay.
they're urukai to what you think of normal goblins. They're just bigger, stronger.
Yep.
Yeah, so they're like probably
More
around human height, maybe a little shorter, but pretty
They're-
stocky.
it's stocky and strong. Yeah,
Okay, the bugbear's like
Lieutenant's
7
fighting
feet
with
tall,
Dr.
like,
Dick Knife?
Yeah.
real big, like
Juggernaut.
hulking.
yeah.
Oh, nice.
Like bigger size. We stocked, man.
Cool.
We
Thank you.
Flip us to
A little bit above side.
All right.
Mostly there.
Yeah. 98% there, 2%.
All right.
These
Thank you. Redrick.
28.
Nice.
Whoa.
Banger. We had some banger rolls.
Davian.
12. I rolled a 3.
Okay. Why is my
But I
thing
have
not
better
working?
Actually, I rolled an average.
Okay. Runar.
22.
Excellent.
Thank you, Scouts.
Tor.
28.
Whoa.
Net 20 net.
I did not 20.
He's just
What's
This
your
is
plus?
this is as initiative VIs I get.
So you have a plus 8.
Well, plus
Plus
1 for
7.
me.
Oh, okay.
plus 7.
Correct.
So I was just
Yeah.
making sure you got
21.
your extra 1.
So it's up to you, Tor or Redrick, who would like to go first.
This is as fast as I get. Can I just go
Yeah,
first?
go for
This will never happen again.
He did that.
Please allow me.
Yeah, please let
I
me
don't
have
know
this.
if like
it. And what's your dex?
mechanically, if mechanically I should go first, but
You would. You have a higher dex.
Nice.
He also
Wow.
natural
I don't
20.
know.
He has a Steve even dex.
Tie.
Because
Plus
you should,
4.
by dex you should be faster. Assuming that's something Pathfinder does, but that was never gonna guess. There's several reasons to do it.
Who am I? I'm this guy. Oh my gosh, how do I start a combat? Yeah, so I will.
Let's do that one.
No, this is me. But I beat by a window.
Yeah, I do have that. So I think I can. I think I
Just straight over.
initiate my aura via.
Straight towards Davian.
Okay.
I'm in a room full of people, right?
Yep.
That's fine. It won't hurt. It'll just make them slip. I'm going to start at my.
normal.
I'm gonna start at my aura with Winter Sleep. So that's the 10-foot radius that everything has to balance as all. So as I hear this start, before most of the room even knows what's going on, you just see like even before kind of a halo of sleet starts, the surfaces all around me just start frosting over with ice in this like sheet of ice that forms and then quickly dissipates as I eventually head out of the room. But I'm going to we'll let me double check that you all can do this before you act, but
So that's right. Exactly. Confirm.
Good enough.
What's
You
that?
just put it door.
yeah,
Is that-
we're
is
all
that the
going
word?
to
That's fine. That's fine.
for me and the three of you that are in the building with me, we will each be able to move up to half our movement speed.
Just right now.
Yeah.
I love
Oh!
that.
It's pretty good.
I don't like that my movement
Where's that?
speed
Where's that?
is.
What's the radius of that?
So it'll be for me, and
It's
it's
probably
just
good.
three of us.
I imagine I was right next to you guys, so can I be like
Whatever. Firefall's got a fire.
right outside
And
the
I
door?
would. I think. Sorry, I was here 1, 2, 3. So I'll move it like that to try to.
Diagonal, baby.
Cool.
Calm down, Drofton.
How'd you move so far?
Well, it was like I was just arbitrarily the one in the back there, so I figured I was standing next to you guys and not.
I was by the window because I had ran up by the window.
And then there's obviously safe spots in my aura for each of my friendos. Oh, which actually I
Right up
forgot.
towards
I
the
would
motion
get
doesn't
I
make
would
sense
get
for
to
me being
move
this way of the door.
Agreed.
an extra half my movement speed because of my
Or
impulse junction that happens before I use Four Winds.
Those words mean something.
Nice. I do actually know
I
what the
would-
decent
let me see.
Those words mean half my movement.
I would just
speed.
move straight
Yeah.
forward. Anyway, that is it for me. My fellow 28.
yeah, my paladin Consenda Lamora. I'm making up words too. See.
It's all just spells. don't let the mechanics fool you. It's all just spells that I pretend like I'm not casting.
I'm gonna 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4,
The first
5.
one under.
Second action
The
to
first
mount.
I don't know any other ones. I guess you.
Third action to give my mount a second move.
I'm like the 70th percent.
I can't just
I'm like pretty.
You were
good.
in Aang's class and you knew him, but you didn't.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, and
certainly
like
not the Avatar.
I was doing good, like a solid B stupid.
Yeah.
That's what a 70th percent gives you, right?
Let's see.
1, 2, 3.
You jumped up, but you're still a doctor, so it's fine.
1, 2, 3.
Like not by degree, but
5.
you know, I heal people, so I call myself a doctor. The
Somebody
medical-
else called you a doctor.
The medical board in the Elsier Vale hasn't been established yet.
That's my turn.
Okay. Trying to think what you see as you get out there.
Where's this music from?
Super Smash.
So
I was gonna say.
the one fighting the
Sounds
so Lucio,
To bathroom.
who's fighting the one wielding two swords, as you kind of come out of the building, you see him fall.
Who falls?
Lucio,
Oh, wait.
which is the
Lucio's
one
two
fighting
swords,
the
two swords.
one with the two
Two
swords.
swords. Two swords. Two of them.
And the one fighting the caster is injured. Aldo is injured, although not grievously. It looks like
This guy's holding his sword the wrong way. What's he doing?
it looks like
You don't know about his like sword stuff.
yeah. Lucio is not breathing.
Oh, Lucio. You bastard.
He has really, really deep sword cuts in his chest.
Now we have
That
to
wasn't
save them.
that wasn't
Bring
very
them
cash money
along
if you
as
missed your two
companions.
swords.
But the one that's not wielding any weapons, the hobgoblin, it has a mace at its side, but it's not wielding it. It turns
Decorative mace.
It backs away from Aldo 5 feet, turns, and throws what looks to you like a divine lance in your direction.
Hey, I do this.
I love that.
Does a 17 hit you? So it flies past you.
A mediocre lance.
Do one of those
or
moves
the
where like you
divine-
lean like off the side of the goat a little bit, like a
Yeah.
side saddle thing, to dodge that.
Aldo tries to press an attack.
It's 3 times that's bonus damage.
He has a big club that he's using,
Aldo?
like a huge like it looks like a really big like a baton, just like
Yeah.
much bigger that he's using.
truncheon?
He's wielding.
Truncheon, yeah.
Yeah,
Truncheon.
with 2 hands, and he's just trying. But looks like he's having some trouble connecting.
Did he step up?
Yeah, he steps up.
Holy smokes, initiative boy.
That's impressive.
Yeah, he natural 20 this one.
Dang.
He misses. This one is quite quick on its feet. Next, the lieutenant fighting this winged creature, who also appears to be injured.
The creature's already injured.
Creature's injured.
Gives this creature like no quarter. I mean, he is giving this beast every ounce of his energy.
Major respect, good boy.
He looks to be wielding a warhammer with some deftness.
Nice.
He attacks it with. Let's see, does that hit?
Wait, Micus has a hammer?
Yes.
Oh, we gotta fix this.
I cannot stand.
Thank you.
What are we
I might have one too. I don't know.
Oh, could we please say that he has a
It's
baseball
not a
bat?
hammer, but it looks pretty dope, so we'll go with it.
The mafia guy has a baseball bat.
One guy's got the truncheon and
Yeah.
the other guy's got a baseball bat.
Although,
Wait, what the
Their
fuck?
daggers are ice picks. What?
Pulling a sword weird.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
I said, what's this guy doing?
It's because you don't know about his secret leg style fighting.
He's mid parry, obviously.
But he's was he holding it like that?
I like that mini. That is a great axe.
I think for anyone who can clearly see
Yeah.
this lieutenant,
Definitely me.
he's fighting with some deftness to the point where you wouldn't really want to fight him yourself. You don't think? At least you don't know if he'd win, but it would not be pleasant probably for any of you.
There's no push-up.
But you can
At least
see
level 4.
you can see his hammer strike the creature over and over again, and it just doesn't seem to do any damage. Like it's just like as if it keeps getting deflected or hitting off of like its scales of the dragon part of its body.
How much XP do you think is there? If we just last him.
The one with the 2 swords
Yeah.
is quite quick on his feet, and he covers all the ground up to. Is that
It's Runar, I think.
Runar?
I'm up front there.
Or is
That's Tor.
He will approach Tor straight on.
He
He's
gets
gonna
there?
fall right on his
Yes,
butt.
he does, or he tries to.
He'll need to balance once he gets to me.
You just use an action to do that.
I hope he can't.
19.
So it's a movement once he gets there. That passes.
Okay.
So what's his movement?
He has 50, or he's using 50 to get there.
So once I think how it. Tell me, you can run this however. But it would be 5, 15, 20, 25, and then would start another movement. Like it would.
So balance
And then-
specifically says you're in a square that contains narrow surface, uneven ground, or another similar feature, and then it's a one action requirement to balance.
Yeah.
You do an acrobatics check for it.
So he needs to spend one action to move to the edge of it, and then one action to balance when he's in it. I think. Is what the-
So you're saying, and it's 10 feet?
yeah.
So when he gets here, he has to spend,
Mm-hmm.
and that's 35
Or
right there.
just
Or you can fall. That's
Or just
fine.
agree to fall instead.
Yeah,
of
yeah, he can't fall prone.
He slide tackles you.
Yeah.
Yellow flag.
15, 20, 25, 30, 35 once he hits it.
Ah, that's what you wanted to know. Is
Yeah, I think what he'll do is just he'll press in up to you. I mean, he'll take his whole turn, but he'll
Yeah.
press in right up to you.
that's some action economy.
I want to believe that, like,
Yeah.
as he gets there, just totally unexpectedly, he just slides his way to me, and we just sort of like bump toes into each other to stop him.
He like bounces back
He
a
like
bit.
went to start a running at you swing, and then like doesn't lose his balance, but for like a half a second,
Yeah.
not sure footing and just can't. Do
Yeah,
it.
it's like you hit that ice patch on your driveway going to your car for a second. You're like,
good.
Did anyone see that?
yeah.
Careful on your feet there.
This hobgoblin, now that he's up close, you notice his armor and weapons just look of much better make than any of the hobgoblins you saw yesterday.
Uh-oh.
That'll bring us to Runar.
Let's see what happens if the Hydra got 5 reactions. I'm not gonna let this guy get his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I'm 60 feet away now. 2, 3, 4, 8. Yeah, I think that's 60 feet.
It is 40 feet. Isn't it? The purple one is 60 feet.
He just needs to be within 60.
I know, but isn't 8 squares? No, 8 squares is.
Oh, I need to be
Okay.
within 30 feet. Okay, I
8
got
squares would be
I have to
60
use 2 actions then. I'm just gonna actually
30 feet or 40 feet.
take that one movement and a little bit closer with the second movement.
Oh yeah, for what it's worth too, the lieutenant over there is severely injured.
The one in front of me.
Yeah.
And
You
I
know,
will
for the
use.
Yeah.
Okay. And
That's Aldo. That's the
Aldo,
bodyguard.
Yes. Okay. I was just double checking
Yeah.
to make sure. And
Yep.
Since one bodyguard's already down and not breathing.
Yeah, unfortunately. Anything else, Runar?
Sorry, I checked one more range. I've been.
Oh, sure.
range
Sure.
blocked twice. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to cast. Yeah, I'm just gonna. On my turn. Is raise a shield one action?
Hmm.
Alright, I'll raise a shield.
Okay. That'll bring us to Rex.
You got homeboy to your immediate right though.
Mm-hmm. I only have one action left.
Oh, fair.
Yeah. Otherwise, I was gonna hit.
As I ran out, could I have just shouted something like, "I better start seeing some repenting. You're about to see this axe."
Forth your fingers.
I just like shouting this at like the one I'm charging over here.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's one.
Repent deeds.
Am I up?
Rex. Yeah,
Sweet.
absolutely.
Alright. I will start off by activating the bracelet of dashing. Give myself an extra 10 feet for the next minute
Where did we get that?
from Sertiran.
Bought it.
Bought it.
Man, that's a good item.
What is it? It's one action, and then for 1 minute, you should get 10 extra movement. Is that it?
Well, it also gives you plus
Plus
one on
acrobatics or something.
acrobatics checks, yeah.
It's really good.
Yep. Anyways, I'll do that first. Then I'll look at this beast, and I will hunt prey and designate it as my prey. So all the fun bonuses that come alongside that. So I get a +2 on this, but I will get to where are you? I get a free recall knowledge on
Did you hear
Hunt
it? I heard it in my
on
head.
this tri-headed creature, and it'll have a +2 to whatever the roll is as well.
Okay.
due to bounty hunter.
All right, let me. Excellent. Well, it is, as you might expect, a chimera.
Sweet.
Let's see here. You had a +2.
I get it. Whatever the roll is
Yeah.
an additional +2. Also, if it is relevant, there's a critical succeed condition that happens too. On a monster out there.
You don't critically succeed, but you do succeed.
Fair enough.
Is there anything specific you want to know? I'm going to give you a little bit of a background, but like anything specific you want to know.
So I specifically want to know if, like, especially keeping the Hydra experience in mind,
That's exactly.
if there is any sort of conditions that I know of that they are either particularly immune to, or it's like you're just not going to kill this thing if you are trying, like, you know, is they're immune to fire? Like, is there something that they specifically are known for being resistant to, I suppose?
No, that's excellent. It's a great question. What you recall is that while it does gain some benefits of having multiple heads, like a Hydra does,
Yep.
it does not have any of like the survival mechanisms of a Hydra.
Yeah.
Like the way that it regenerates, the way that it requires heads to be removed. It doesn't have any of that. It is functionally sort of like part dragon, part goat, part lion, and has the benefits of all of those, but it's still like a beast. It's like an animal.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have any of the resistances that you might expect from something more magical. So yeah, it has 3 heads. It can use all of them. One of them being a dragon head, and that retains the ability to breathe the relevant energy of that dragon.
This is a red head in this case.
It is red.
Am I aware of? Would my character have at least the base assumption of what a standard dragon in lore would do?
You would suspect very strongly that this creature is able to breathe
They
a
should
cone
just
of fire.
find marbles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't feel
Well,
bad
we
for
ran into the green
the
one.
goat
I thought it was
in,
caltrops.
in this chimera, you know.
Yeah,
Don't
feel-
you hate when
feel
you're in a
pretty
group
bad.
project and you're just
Yeah.
like
But that's what you
you're the
get.
goat of the
Okay.
chimera?
And everybody else,
If they
their
like climb up
their next attack on this thing will have a +1 bonus.
Maybe it's
Okay.
so we can eat
Awesome.
And I'll use my last action to move 35 feet.
Nice.
Does the goat have any breath weapon?
20,
Yeah, bad breath. That's the breath weapon.
35.
It's a constitution save. It's just a 3
And I will call out to the group. If it wasn't obvious, Dragonhead breathes fire almost certainly.
I really thought these were the marble vomiting kind, but sure.
Easy to mistake, really.
Yeah. Is it? You don't know. I don't.
That'll
You're
do it.
right.
Okay.
That's 3 active.
All right. Well, this creature, seeing all of you approach, its lion head roars while its dragon head attempts to sink its jaws into our faithful lieutenant. Ooh, does he miss?
No, Micus, no.
Micus is struck for
Oh, you got me. Got me bleeding like I never do.
what looks to be between 20 and 30 damage. And Micus falls.
That's tough, buddy.
For Micus. Charge.
Serrata. Yep.
The creature then shambles forward. It doesn't look to be very fast, but it will move sort of toward. Is that Tor in the middle?
That's Runar.
That's Runar. He'll move toward Runar maybe 25 feet.
Okay.
He'll trample right over the body of.
15,
Yeah.
25. Nice.
There you go.
Walks
That brings us to
tramples over.
what should be the end of the lineup, Davian.
Hey. Yeah, let's just fireball all my friends, right? No, I am going to take advantage of the fact that somebody is actually within walking distance, and then remind
Somebody
me that
ought to do it.
the provoke rules. If I move within his range, is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I can't like
It's-
circle around to flank.
In Pathfinder, it's if you leave any threatened square
Okay,
That just
3.5
or manipulate action.
gotcha. Yeah, no, that's fine. It has been far too long since I have spell struck something, so we are going to spell strike with a gouging claw on this a-hole with the two swords. Yeah. 14 plus
Ooh, that's
28 to hit.
Oh yeah, that hits.
Wow.
Go.
Nice. So the initial slashing damage is going to be, so it's 6 slashing, 2 cold. I don't know if that needs to be different because this is Shadow Steel.
You can lump that in with the total damage.
Okay.
That's
Or, yeah, I
fine.
guess it's 1 cold and 1 extra. Sorry, yeah. So 8 base and then another 4d6 gouging claw. And also it probably doesn't meet the criteria for a crit, but if it is, it wasn't a critical success, was it?
It was not.
Okay. 7, 10, 16 plus 8, 24 total points of damage.
Nice.
Okay.
Plus 4 persistent bleed damage.
Oh, nice.
Nice. What does he take down on his turn?
I don't actually know how that works. It's the first time I've actually applied
Yeah.
gouging blade to someone.
It sounds like
It happens at the end of his turn. Yeah.
Okay.
He takes the damage, and then he saves to see if he removes it or continues to take it the next turn.
Okay.
Did you say 2d4?
No, just flat 4 persistent bleed.
Oh, just flat 4. Okay, cool, easy.
Yeah, and that is my 3 actions.
Nice.
I finally hit something with a spell strike. It's been forever.
Let's go.
So now we're at the top tour.
As you come in, I've seen you hit every spell strike that I've ever seen you
That and 1,000 in his eyes.
try to do, and I'll just say, "Oh, good. I thought it would be more fire, and that looks scarier. Okay, I will."
I can't spell strike a fireball. Bonk.
Awesome. In my last Sunday game, Dan's character had a magic item that lets him use Meteor Swarm.
What?
And-
What are you guys?
What?
What level are you guys?
Like 12 or something. It's ridiculous. And we realized that we're both rogues, so we literally could have run into that encounter and meteor swarmed ourselves, and we had a really good opportunity to take no damage.
Just dodge all the meteors.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I know where they're gonna land. It's fine.
I've seen that. I've seen that episode of One Piece actually.
Recently as well, as it turns out.
Does Thor care about the lieutenant that went down? He kind of does. I think with where I'm at though, I'm going to use an aerial boomerang. And so this is a line effect, and looking at the line effects here, it looks like because I know in the past we've just taken the templates and sort of overlaid them, but I'm guessing you want the like square templates, from the like little grid here.
Ideally, yes.
So the line that I want isn't listed here, but it looks like kind of what they want is like a repeated set of like,
Yeah.
3, 3,
Repeated
3.
offset.
But I think if I do 4, I can do 4, 4, and then 4
Okay, yeah.
to hit this guy and this guy.
Dodge the guard.
Yeah, and just weave in there.
It's a boomerang.
Is that a manipulate action?
Oh, great question.
Almost certainly.
I would assume so, but
It's impulse though, so I actually think that
It's
not.
lower. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
no somatic components.
It would specifically
I mean-
say manipulate if it.
Yeah, it says air impulse kineticist primal.
Okay.
So let me double check impulse.
Most kineticist things don't. I actually don't know that I have anything in my
Yeah.
dude's build that has that.
It doesn't say, because I would think like maybe impulse would say like this is a manipulate action or something, but there's nothing about manipulating in there,
Okay.
which kind of makes sense. Like kineticists are sort of this like weird get in the fray, but also do some of this like spellcasty type stuff. But yeah, I don't think there's anything about manipulate in here.
Okay.
All right, and then yeah, so he needs to do a. They both need to do a basic reflex save against my class DC.
Okay. First reflex save for the dual wielder is 23.
That'll pass, I believe.
Only a normal pass.
And second save for the caster is a 22.
Okay, I think those both succeed.
So they take half damage.
Half damage, right? And it's 44, so I'll just roll this twice.
You already said how much it is.
I was waiting for that.
It's impossible not to do it. It might as well be a like
So
tick.
three total damage to both of them.
Okay. What does it look like?
Yeah, so it's I sort of like I like to think of him as far more understated than like Avatar of the Last Airbending. So as the guy walks up and slides into me, I sort of stop him with my toe and just sort of flick my hand out as like this disc of air sort of like shoots out and like cuts through this guy and like snakes its way through this guy.
And from the side, I'll side eye see this happen. I'll be like, holy shit, it's a tornado.
I will say
Had to be done.
Also, the method of
I assume
Krillin's destructive is.
you have this one in hand, friend.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And then I will go.
Oh, so that is going to provoke.
I won't, because I have.
Ooh,
No.
not normal movement action.
Well,
use
so
no.
I have it. So I have the rogue feet mobility. As long as I move half my movement speed or less,
I see.
is surprisingly exactly as much movement as my air impulse junction allows me to move.
That's
sick.
Nice combo.
Yeah, I do very little damage, but I get to move around freely while I do it. So.
I was gonna say, but you incurred no attacks so far, so that is something.
Sorry,
All that guy's
15,
damage.
20, 25,
Yeah, use that guy's
35,
full turn.
40, 50.
That's true. Yeah.
60. So then the boomerang will hang out right here.
I mean, in a game where action economy is so important, that's nothing to sneeze at.
I know,
Yeah.
right?
And
Use
seriously.
3 actions from the
I'm
guy.
about to also do no damage. But let's wait for the
25, 25.
Vaccine to get to this caster. And I'm just manipulate this caster spell. You're like, no.
I have to be hunting them.
We should hunt this caster.
But there's a big beast.
I know.
Did the thought occur to me that disrupting this caster and that their AC is probably substantially
Lower.
lower? Absolutely. Did I also think, would Rex go for the bigger hunt or the guy / whatever enemy casting spells? Nope. He sure wouldn't. The hunter gonna hunt.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I'm gonna go.
But I thought the
move
same exact
here.
thing. I was like, oh,
Okay.
it'd be so nice to every time this thing
Um,
tried to cast a spell, just whack it.
She's like,
I will not
reference
be
it back.
trying actively to get this Chimera's attention, but you know, if
We'll
they
take
would
2
so
seconds
choose
back.
to
Oh,
give
wait,
it to me,
those are 2 actions.
I guess I'll headbutt a goat. I'm looking at this goat's like, because I'm on its left side or its right side. So
What did Felder do to you?
is this? Do you think they know each other?
Oh my gosh.
I'm blinding Felder's eyes. From any violence that occurs.
This is actually what happens when you get older. I'm sorry.
Felru only
You mean we
sees-
can fly?
Felru only sees 2 of the 3 heads right now. He doesn't have the line of sight.
Yeah, that's fair. That's mostly fair.
That's all for me.
That's Redrick then.
I'm gonna charge that caster.
Okay.
I'm gonna charge the caster. I'm going to raise my shield. I'm gonna swing twice.
Cool.
So it's much better. 19 to hit.
19 hits.
You're salivating right
This
now.
person was so critical on the reaction. Every time they tried to cast a spell, man.
20 damage.
What? Oh my god!
It's max.
Just straight 8s.
Straight ace.
Smoke him if you got him.
Yeah, I didn't need to. It was
Yeah, I
unnecessary.
can't even do anything for that. That's just gonna hit him.
Okay, second attack.
Oh my gosh.
Trixies.
This one's a plus 9. 28 to hit.
That crits.
Oh, this.
Yeah, this is the turn you want. This is the kind of turn you want.
You have a hammer, right?
Unless
No,
you
have a-
roll
a
really
dwarven
poorly.
axe.
It's a 2-handed axe.
Yeah.
Sorry, 15.
30.
15 was 4 dice rolled.
Oh,
Plus, should I just double the first?
you double the first, but you also add the modifier. The
Okay,
modifier
so
gets
15
doubled.
minus 8 is
Yeah,
7. 7 plus 4 is 11. Double is 22.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's actually still just enough, so
Nice.
you put him in the ground.
Oh!
That's monstrous.
I didn't hear no
Lucia.
repenting. That's my turn.
Bet you regret it now, son.
Let's go.
Aldo he goes woo and then immediately turns around and goes oh and rushes over to his buddy.
They,
Yeah, oh, that's good.
they were looking at you.
That's good. You might be able to help him.
And that brings us to we're gonna do a death saving throw on our lieutenant. Natural 20.
Yes!
That is stellar.
Something happened natural 20 on Pathfinder?
Yeah, I mean he stabilizes.
I mean, does he gain an HP?
No, it's just that he stops
You
making.
just successfully don't die.
But
Yeah.
But even like an 11 or 12 can do that.
Ah, fair.
If not, maybe I should, a crit success on a stabilized did something. But I wasn't sure.
Okay, that brings us to Davin, your friend,
Oh, yeah.
who squares up to fight you.
1v1.
It's clear he's quite proficient with these blades, and he tries to
Display that.
display that. He tries to slice you up. Okay. Whew, okay, both sides of the spectrum. We have a 17 and a 31.
17 misses, 31 hits.
Okay. Not a crit though, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, 21.
Oh.
That's why I grimaced.
Well, we technically broke even then, right? Because we're just doing 2 attacks worth of damage here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Oof.
such fine
Who's
work.
critting you?
2 swords.
Dual wielder.
So
From here.
he makes it look like he meant to do this, where he like wildly swings with one blade, makes him look incompetent, and then just hits you perfectly in the chest, like right under the arm for 26 damage.
Ow.
That's a fair bit of damage.
Uh-huh.
And then instead of attacking you with his last action, he actually steps back and sort of raises both blades in a defensive position.
Not respected.
That brings us to Runar.
Alright.
Is an actual step back mechanically?
No. He stays in the same square. He's just like in a different
That's
position.
what I figured. I
Yeah,
just
we had his
made
back
sure I
foot.
didn't need to move him.
I cast Laughing Fit on this guy.
Okay.
Will save.
It's gonna be so cursed.
The laughing goat.
The laughing
Might
goat,
not say-
lion, and dragon together.
Tasha's laughing fit, right?
They,
Just
please,
the goat.
just legally
Just the
distinct
goat
flips
starts
on it.
legally distinct.
Please,
laughing.
not too high. Not too high.
As high as we can go. Critical success 34.
Oh my god. Alright, well that does nothing. I just say anything but a critical success.
You like tell a joke, and
Yeah.
all three heads just look over at you dead.
Yeah.
Target acquired.
Oh man. Alright, I think that I will raise a shield again. That'll be the end of my turn.
All right, that'll bring us to Rex.
I'm sure it's gonna grow
Sweet.
to be a fine shield that way.
Alright. I will use some movement here. 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Okay. And I'll do what I do with my glaive.
He will attack you.
Sure.
Carve him up. Just a mouthful.
His attack is a manipulate action. I mean, I'll react, right? With disrupt prey.
I think a strike is not a manipulate action, right?
Somehow.
I think the only way it would be is if you.
Because he's not using a weapon. He's not. He's just
Well-
swinging at me. Okay.
And even then, I don't know if striking. Well,
Manipulate is like it's not. It's like fine motor movements. It's not.
drawing a weapon.
It's a way to stick at the spell.
Yeah, drawing a weapon or putting away a weapon is manipulate.
Okay.
But like
Spellcasters
just
and
using
potions.
your weapon is not manipulate.
Right.
Sounds good.
36 to hit.
Yeah,
That'll
strike.
hit.
Strike
That'll crit.
It should say manipulate something that's not a weapon.
26 damage.
Ouchie.
And
unless that
6
weapon
fire
is being
damage.
drawn, so put away.
1 fire damage.
Or the weapon is a bow.
Always got-
27
got
damage.
fire.
So
Right,
There
but
you
like,
go.
I mean, if you're drawing, that's like pretty
Sure.
fine motor.
Sure. Unsheathing.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that too.
So the dragon either slashed or bit at me.
He bit you.
Alright.
Yeah.
So I'll as I'm running past, he basically takes a chomp out of me. The way I imagine it, I'll get bit, hit the ground, and roll back up to upright. And as I get back up, I will just bring the glaive up under its belly as much as I can.
Okay.
Should I divide this head? This head, I say, looking a goat square face.
This was more interesting.
Looking a goat scream.
That's not very
How is a... Oh, it's first attack, too. How is a 20?
20 is not enough.
I figured. I shall swing once more. And... Sorry, I always have to double check what the less debuffed flurry attack is.
You notice here, as you're really close up, it is slightly injured. It looks like that lieutenant was able to land some of his attacks maybe before you guys got out of the building.
Gotcha. Okay, good news.
Thanks, Marcus.
-3 on my second attack. So, how's a 28?
28 hits.
Beautiful. Had to be the second roll. That would have been a 31 first roll instead. Okay. But I do get momentum.
Was it battle music?
Oh, my brain. 8,
It is now.
13
Oh,
points
okay.
of damage.
Seems to be very effective.
And that'll do it.
You catch it right along its flank, right where you were aiming. As your attack initially struck, it kind of bounced off of its armor, but then you kind of push the blade in and find a weakness.
Alright, that'll do it for me.
All right. What does he want to do?
So he does have to balance
If he moves,
the,
or just when he starts his turn?
unless he wants to fall prone.
He can do that if he wants.
What is the exact language?
A creature that moves on this, a creature that moves on this uneven ground immediately falls unless it balances DC 15. But moves is not capitalized, and that makes me think it's like takes its turn, and that's like sort of what I saw when I went to take this, is that most people were like, if something does anything in this area, because it doesn't say strides.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that does make sense.
It's Strider step or the
Watch out for the icy patch.
Yeah.
I will counter you on this a little bit with the fact that giant wings.
Is it flying?
No, but it can, right? If it chooses to move.
If I would say if it's flying, sure, but if it's walking, like,
Okay, so how about this?
Yeah.
He chooses to fall
sure.
and then flies over, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think that's what he's going to be doing.
That's fine. I just, in my head, if something is walking even with wings, it can still fall.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think he is on his feet right now.
Yeah.
He's not going to like instantaneously react, but I think it's smart enough that I think he'll fall and then fly.
Sure.
And what he's going to do is he's going to reposition himself.
Now this
You've
I
actually done a good job here. I'm impressed.
This I may disrupt because he is. If they use a manipulate action or a move action,
Oh, okay.
I can hit them.
He's going to move.
Then
He's going to move. I'll tell you that right now. He's-
Reset that attack penalty, baby.
Yeah. Oh, cocked. It would have been a hit. That's just better. I don't know why I complained. How's a 32?
That is a hit.
Jeez.
That is a hit.
Alright. I'm sad that that is not a crit.
32 is not a crit.
Yeah, I got to take damage where you can get it though.
Yeah, listen, I'll take it. Especially given that that's a good roll. 18 points of damage.
Not bad.
If I crit him, he would have lost his move action.
He's gonna fly up and position himself, looking at you, Rex,
Yep. Fair.
with maybe 5 feet between you and him, with Redrick in the background.
So like this?
Around.
In between.
Oh, I see.
Sorry, facing. So he's facing both Rex
He's like
and
here,
Redrick. Yeah,
basically.
exactly.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, in the background. In my background. That
Yeah.
So like that?
Maybe one more away from you, Tor. Yeah. I think
So
that's
15
good.
feet from me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are you within 30 feet of him? He's going to position himself so you're within 30 feet of him.
20, 25, 30. No, I'm
He's
not.
got to move up one.
So like that.
There you go.
Yep.
Marcus lives.
I wonder what he's going to do.
Fireball.
Go ahead and make your
Go.
reflex saves against the flames.
Cool.
Goat headbutt.
But this does actually save Micus. You're right. I was really trying to get everybody in there.
Very good. Lance, what is your blood? Is a will save.
Will save.
Aru.
Plus 12. I could hero point it, or I could eat it.
No.
And I think
That was
I'll
such a good
eat
roll. Fucking cocked.
it. I'll eat
Okay,
it.
I'll take that.
It's just an 18.
18 is a failure.
27 for Felru.
27 is a success.
Okay.
Critical failure or just a failure?
Just a failure.
And then
Then hero pointable.
my full plate gives me a bonus of 3. 19 for me.
19 is a failure.
Yeah.
I'm so sad. Failed that on plus 12. Suddenly that hero point might have been a wise decision.
Oops, I used it when I passed. Let's find out. Yep.
It is 35 fire damage
You mean 30.
on a failure. Again, you gotta take what you can get.
I'm looking very bad.
Oh Jesus! Already? That's not
14
great.
success.
I really hope I can take
He hit
this
me
guy.
for 60.
Oh, I missed
damage
the total
at
the
this
first
point.
time. Oh, the total now. Okay.
Yeah.
And that brings us to Davian.
I will take this moment when they have entered a defensive posture, and I will cast Shield and Mirror Image. Idiot.
I assume that is a manipulate action.
No, actually, I verified that before I did it. I was
Oh.
like, I don't want to do this if not. But yeah, Mirror Image is illusion visual. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. It has somatic. Why does it not have the manipulate tag? Is that not?
So spells don't have the manipulate tag always. They sometimes just have somatic.
And
Okay. Is somatic?
Somatic is
manipulating?
always manipulated.
Somatic says the spell gains the manipulate trait.
That
Boo.
is literally all that.
Weird.
Yeah,
All
that
right,
means.
mini audible. I will still cast Shield.
Okay,
I
sure.
will not cast Mirror Image.
Okay.
And let's see. Focus spells. I am going to. I'm going to use Force Fang, which is a one-action spell that's going to deal some force damage to him and recharge my spell strike. Hell yeah, 10 force damage.
All right,
Next
not
blow.
bad. Not bad at all.
And spell strike is now recharged.
Oh, I forgot. For his bleed damage. So he takes that 4 bleed damage. And tries to save against the bleeding. He rolls a 1. So he's still bleeding.
Solid. And then with my last action, I will just make 1 strike.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Okay. I'm going to still do these 2 things. I need to do a spell last and not the strike last, because next turn when I try an Arcade Cascade, it has to be the last thing I did.
Okay.
So strike and then Force Fang.
Okay.
And I rolled a 2, so there's no planet where that's going to hit. 16 to hit.
No.
Okay, cool. So it doesn't matter anyways. And then Force Fang for the 10, recharge my spell strike, and that is my turn.
And that brings us to Tor.
All right. One second.
Where is the? Where in town is this actually?
The center.
Yeah, it's in the big green
Meadow.
at the center of the town.
It's so weird though. So Gouging Claw doesn't say somatic components, but it has the manipulate feature. Mirror Image
How rough are you
has
looking?
somatic components, but not the manipulate
Real
feature
bad?
like listed on the thing. It's just
The inconsistency there is not great.
Like, I probably will not be able to take another hit from this guy. Bad.
I will be a good citizen. And I will skid forward.
Is that also preventing all
Oh,
attacks of opportunity?
Good point. So I would. So I
Is he in
could
the
do
air?
that.
On the ground.
He's on the ground. He just flew and landed.
So if I go 3, then I can nimbly dodge out of the way
Mhm.
of his 3 hits.
And believe me, those jaws look like they want a piece of you.
Yes. I will then Ocean's Bomb both
Oh,
friends.
He's back in the fight.
It's 2 targets. That's cool.
No, I use it twice.
Uh,
Yes! 2 targets takes 2
just-
actions. Different healing
I just thought-
amounts.
I just thought it was weird. It was specifically 2.
that's
Like not
Four,
one,
do you want
not
the first and
any
the second roll?
range. Just
I
like
leave it
2.
up to you.
Yeah, I don't know any other spells that would do that.
Whichever one's better.
Exactly
Alright, so
2
what's the-
targets.
Which one's gonna be better?
I know
What's
I
what
know of
impulse
one.
is this?
Which one?
Ocean Bomb.
Electric arc.
Is this overflow?
Oh,
Cantrip.
okay, yeah, because yeah, that makes sense.
That's yeah.
No.
No, just
Jeez.
one action, water impulse, heal. It's
Yeah,
on a 10-minute cooldown. Is the issue
For like per
person.
per
person.
person.
Okay,
I'll
yeah,
take
that
first.
makes sense. I was just like, man,
You'll take
healing
I rolled oddly,
constantly
but
without
I rolled
so
even,
overflow
Oh,
disrupts it.
yeah.
Means you have to
Oh,
use
and
an
level
elemental
plus-
thing
oh,
to
man.
restart the gate.
Yes.
I don't know if I did this
That
right
seems
the first
insane.
time.
If you didn't, yeah, if there wasn't a
No,
cooldown,
fixes it.
it would be nuts.
Yeah.
I mean, and it is nice that you can use it outside of battle then.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
just to be clear, no manipulate.
Manipulate.
Okay. So he's gonna take a bite at you. I don't think it'll affect this, but
Might
how much HP do you have?
be crits.
Enough.
Okay, I was gonna say like I
So
mean,
does it come before or after the?
it comes before.
Okay. Does he get one per? Like if I do 2 manipulates, does he get one per?
He's only got one reaction.
No, he has a bunch, but I don't think he can use more than one per turn.
Oh,
He can use them. He can use up to 3 per round, but I think
Yeah.
he can only use 1 per turn.
Might also just choose to save it. You know.
Well, he's gonna attack you once regardless.
Oh,
32 to hit.
32 to hit. Just barely.
Is it 10?
If it matches. Oh, good question.
crit.
Oh, sarcasm over. I gotta figure out. if I'm
It's
taking-
exactly. It's
It's
another
exactly 10 over.
exact.
Jeez.
Bro.
Well, the dice were in your favor a little bit here.
Surely, because
Uh,
he crit you.
28 to hit. 28 damage.
28 damage. So I will.
That's in your favor.
28
Deflecting.
28 physical damage.
What? 28 physical damage.
Yeah, and 10 fire.
Oh, and 10 fire damage.
Oh, so 38.
Yeah.
That actually.
They were in your
what,
favor.
What kind of physical damage? I hate that it.
Piercing. He's biting you.
This, for some reason, triggers against acid, bludgeoning, fire, or slashing, but not piercing.
Oh
which is
my
so like fire.
God.
Yeah, he did fire.
What? That's so weird.
Mm-hmm.
Acid,
From
bludgeoning,
triggering effect
fire, or
from my level.
piercing,
Slashing.
or slashing.
Not
Not-
piercing.
Piercing's
Or if it's
It's for
double
this
my
you
level.
forget
Oh,
about
interesting.
piercing a lot of these.
Okay, so I will.
Like a lot
So
of these,
tell me
forget
the
about
damage
piercing.
again.
28 physical, 10 fire.
Wait, 28 physical and 10 fire.
Yeah.
Whew!
Yeah, and the dice were in your favor.
So I will take the 28 physical, and I
A
will
crit is a crit. I mean, yeah, but
I will
Yeah,
deflecting
true.
wave the 10 fire damage, so I gain resistance to twice my level from the triggering fire damage. So that would be 10, right? So I
No
take
fire
down-
damage.
no fire damage.
oh, okay, yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
Nice.
How long does the resistance last?
It's just like that.
Oh,
the
okay.
triggering. Yeah. So as he comes in with I guess his goat head dealing 28 damage to me and the dragon head breathing some fire, I bring up some water to sort of
They go.
This is really Avatar
So,
Airbender type of shit.
stop-
It's awesome.
stop the terrifying fire breath coming at me, and then the goat just is on my side, just like.
just like bluntly gnawing at your
Yeah.
at your
No,
hip.
piercingly.
Oh, excuse me.
Not
Excuse me.
Um,
It's also biting him, but that's not dealing damage. It's just annoying.
all right, so take 28 damage, and then
the
I will
goat's biting
heal.
him. It's not hurting. It's actually the lion's also biting.
And then let me double check here.
Yes, absolutely yes.
Like, where's the piercing damage coming from? The lion's like, I'm here too. Why does only one everybody care about either the goat or the dragon?
Look, no one cares about
Literally
the
in
middle
middle.
head. It's just like being a middle child, it's like, eh. Okay.
Goated.
That, and then let me double check. Ocean's Bomb has some extra text on it that usually doesn't matter, but it does here. All right, so you wanted the first one.
Yeah. Well, the dice wanted me to have the first one.
Oh, that's good.
It's literally slightly below average.
Oh, I thought that was a 7.
Mr. Numbers Guy.
I thought that was a 7. It looks like a 7.
So you gain 13 health, and then you will gain resistance to fire 4 for a minute.
It's additive, right? When you have resistance, and then you get more resistance to the same thing.
Oh, if it's against this, if the resistance is for the same type, it's not additive. It's just whichever's higher.
So my 5 is greater than the 4.
Sad.
You say I got 13 healing?
Yeah. Give me 4 levels. I'll help you out.
Right.
And then for the downed lieutenant,
Should I take in the second roll?
17 health for the downed lieutenant, and he will gain
Yo.
4 fire resistance.
Okay.
He's been upped. I don't know if he's been upped.
Alive.
That's awesome.
Not unprone.
Okay. When you see his eyes snap open immediately, and probably just a look of terror in his face as he looks up at that creature in front of him.
Yeah.
Red.
Yep, Redrick it is.
What space is the down friend in? Which one?
Down. He's now healed.
He's right here.
He's still down.
He's in this space.
He's still prone.
He just has to stand up on his own.
space.
You just got
He got 17.
So I can stand in between the two of them, basically, with my mount.
Yeah.
Can he?
He was right here on this space. Because the guy had to go around him, or he didn't have to go around him, but that's where he
Yeah. So you have room.
Yeah, so you can stand here, you can't like intercept between them.
I'm gonna go this way instead. 1. Yeah, it's so confusing. I hate how this is. Okay.
I hate being big.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
looks adjacent to me.
Yep. I was on 1 more, but I can move 1 more and be a little more.
That one might provoke though, right?
Oh. Yeah, never mind.
Sorry, not to cut it, but
As the I would do it.
You said it before I did, so.
I'll do it before I run over, and but the I'm doing it as I'm running over. I'm casting on hands on myself, healing myself a little bit, and then I'm going to.
All right, you also got Scorch.
And unfail my save, and then I'm going to. That's 1 action. Raise my shield and make a strike.
Okay.
23 to hit.
23 does not hit.
Very good roll.
I have a plus of that.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I won't let this guy on like a. I'll probably miss this guy on like a.
And that's my turn. I'm gonna roll my healing damage, but we can
This
move
guy
on.
to 15.
Well, it's just a flat on to roll. It's just 18. I always forget that.
I think. Micus is going to do like he's gonna like prop himself up and do like a little army crawl roll, grab his warhammer and try to flank. Can he do that?
Somebody I mean, for sure he can get.
That would be a stride. Unfortunately, I don't think he wants to do that. As cool as it would be to flank, I don't think he's gonna risk a stride.
Oh, he could diagonal.
Couldn't he diagonal
Diagonal
5?
5?
I don't think you can diagonal through a creature like that.
Through an
Well,
ally.
so it's just through the
an
wing.
ally,
It's not
maybe.
actually through the
It's not
square
through
of
his
the mini.
space.
Or I guess
It is because it's a 2x2.
right. So would me going from here to here?
Yeah, you
on a
can't
5
do
foot?
that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The more you know.
So I
I
don't.
think you could do it if it was an ally.
Can you 5 foot repeatedly?
Oh, could
Yes.
he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then he can't attack. at the
Well,
same time.
so you're taking up this square, right?
I am taking up these 4.
Yeah. So what if he just comes over here?
So it's the center of my square.
Yeah, it's at least.
You draw a line in
flanking.
the center of mine to the center of
He's
his.
flanking.
Yeah. He,
No.
No, because it has to go through.
It has to go through opposite sides of the
Yeah,
enemy.
Yeah,
There,
you have to,
there,
you have
so
to
that
move
one.
1 more.
Yeah. So instead, he's just gonna stand up and attack.
That's kind of why. That's why kind of why I wanted to end up here, so I could flank that with him, but I didn't want to broke.
Interesting.
Instead of trying to keep my character diagonal, so it's more obvious what 4 squares he's in.
Okay.
This fight. I dig it. We got some real Davian's got this one
Woo!
energy though.
34 to hit.
nice.
Prop dice.
So that's
I've
that
prepared
crit.
2 fireballs.
Not a
and
crit.
No vampiric feasts
Since
today.
AC is at least 25.
But he
Vampiric feast
does
would be real good right now.
15 damage with his warhammer.
34. That barely hits.
He
Just a flesh wound.
he just screams as he pulls himself up and just like slams his warhammer on the back leg of this creature, and you can hear it crunch into his
So
scales.
16 or higher to hit this thing.
Yeah, I can only crit on a 20 by the sound of it if 34 is not a crit.
Oh wait, no, I'm wrong. Never mind.
Ditto.
I have to roll it.
Davian, your friend, is gonna try to retaliate.
No, I can do math. Whatever. I'm assuming it's AC 25.
Roll a 31 again, I dare you.
A little bit more middle of the pack this time. It's a 23 and a 23.
My AC is 22 right now from that shield spell.
I mean, 22 still would hit, but it's still sucks.
Right, but no, I'm like, I'd be better off with
You can block. You can block,
31 and a miss.
you can block that as a reaction, right?
Right, yeah, so I'm going to. I'll reduce it by 10, but I'm still just like,
The first hit does 9 damage,
Oh, totally nullified.
and the second hit does
Opposite if it's there was.
17 damage.
Oof. Next time I'll have you pause so that I can actually, because the shield reaction, like I don't know that the second one's gonna be a bunch more, but
But no, if you had hit with the first one, you would probably like hold your shield so that the AC.
I'm gonna
bonus
coin
is
flip
the
it.
second one.
If it's 11 or higher, I'll do the second attack, and if it's not, I'll do the first attack. Because
Okay.
I didn't really decide before you said the damage amount. So.
That's fine.
1 point damage difference here.
God.
It's cocked.
The D20 also undecided. Okay, so it's the second one.
Okay,
So,
yeah,
I take 8 and then 7 for a total of 15.
okay.
Could have been 16.
We let fate decide.
And since it's been working for him, he does the same thing. He falls back into his defensive position. And that brings us to Runar. Oh, sorry. He takes 4 damage from bleed. He does succeed this time.
Rude. The audacity.
What would you like to do, Runar?
We're gonna try again. Cast Laughing Fit.
Okay. All right.
I don't want this. I want to get rid of this guy's reactions. They're so devastating.
It's Will.
It's Will. Yeah.
Will you roll another natural 20?
Will.
No, how about 20 total?
Oh, that is a fail. And
Magical.
he is slowed 1, and he cannot use
Ooh,
reactions.
Oh, very good.
-1 action per round, right?
Yeah.
It is.
That is.
What is the duration?
Sustained. So I can sustain it every turn
Got it.
indefinitely.
And no reactions whatsoever?
No reactions.
Brutal.
That'll. Anything else, Runar? I assume it starts laughing. Like,
Oh yeah. You wing types never have a plan. You always just wing it. And I'll get.
I think probably the dragon starts laughing. It's the
Yeah.
only one capable of speech. The other two heads look at it like, what the fuck are you doing?
Hey, that's one of its reactions.
He just really deep laughs.
I can get here. Is this flanky on?
Yes.
All right, sweet. We'll see you next turn, pal. But that's the end of my turn.
Rex.
Probably worth getting the flank, right?
He can't opportunity attack you anymore. So
I know.
it's free.
Be 3 attacks or get the flank, and I think get the flank is better.
This guy's
Yeah.
AC is probably stratospheric.
I have enough speed.
It's at least
so-
25.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
either
stratospheric.
either one of these will do for flanking, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yes.
of you two.
Opposite sides.
I'll go with
It's
this.
so good that he failed that.
Okay. First
That was
action
my last
to get
level
there,
That'll be two.
and then
Good
I'm
use,
gonna
good use.
swing. As I do. How's 30?
Hit.
Does flanking do anything additional?
It's -2 AC.
Yeah, it reduces his AC.
Alright, cool.
I'll keep that in mind for critical hit chances.
I just didn't remember. 15 points of damage on the first attack.
All right, excellent.
Alright. This is a 20, please. Definitely, maybe. Nope. So 25.
Oh, thank your flank because you hit.
Love it.
He's 27.
No, it could be 26.
It could be 26. Yeah. I just assumed based on Zach's reaction, it was exactly correct.
The snake eyes roll.
Oh,
That'll
Still,
be sick.
hero.
Seven
Momentum,
points
yeah.
of damage.
Good old momentum.
excellent.
Alright.
It's in this moment that he's like, ah, man, I miss being Nero.
Yeah, right.
Mirror all this nonsense.
And that'll do it.
All right, well,
He hasn't gone in a while.
you saved him. You saved an attack here, but I think
Yeah, he gets 2 actions.
I think he's gonna take his first attack at Runar under the circumstances.
I get it.
And I use my thing.
Okay.
Oh, nice. So he gets a minus something.
Not in this attack, but on following attacks.
No.
But I do reduce damage you take.
That's good.
Well, he actually hit you first, actually.
oh,
Let's wait for that.
that's not so good.
This is just a strike.
This is the dragon tries to bite you for 28 to AC.
No, it's not a crit.
Yes.
Okay.
So he's now enfeebled to 2 until the end of its next turn. And you reduce whatever damage you take by 7.
Oh, that's
So the total damage is 15
okay.
physical
Minus.
and only 3 fire.
It's not bad. So it's 15. So it's 18 minus your 7. Sweet.
Well, fire. You nullified him.
Oh wait, I have a reaction. I think I have.
Fire
Oh, wait, I had a
resistance.
reaction. Shock.
You have fire resistance, right?
I don't think so. I think I was wrong about that.
I thought he had a different breed of resistance.
I don't know. He has some
Uh,
kind of resistance.
I thought I had a cantrip for that.
How'd you manage that?
There's
It's
a
like
cantrip
Nolan, but no.
called.
Yeah, I know, but just the way he moved, I saw it happen.
Oh my gosh, I don't have it
But
prepared. Never mind.
Time lately.
Yeah, I'll take 15 plus. Does he say how much fire damage?
3.
3, and then minus 7, so 11 damage. Okay.
And I think seeing that not hit the way he wanted it to, he will attack his second attack at you as well. This time, the horns of a goat lash out.
So he loses. He's enfeebled 2. You said.
It's minus 2
So
to
minus 2 to that.
attack and damage.
Go tentacles.
How
Actually,
is
use the goat. It makes the goat head a lot more relevant.
how is a 29, 27?
Still hits.
What's your AC?
Makes a lot of sense.
21.
If the goat eyes look at you and you turn to stone.
Minus 2 to damage.
Yeah, minus 2 to damage.
Yeah, minus 2 to the damage.
27, 25 damage.
Holy shit.
So is he manipulating his horns?
Did he get you?
Oh no, I'm up.
Okay,
I'm up, but
darn
I'm
it.
22 health.
Oh wow. Well, another attack might have done
Yeah.
just done the trick, but he can't. He is slowed, which means we are at Davian.
Don't worry, I was at less
Right.
than that until Tor came through.
How does
Can I
my
say
opponent
except
look?
You're welcome.
Oh, bloodied. Yeah, bloodied.
It was
He's definitely taken
a
some good damage here.
torrential rain of healing.
Okay.
It was water, right? There you go.
I haven't settled on what my water healing looks
I
like.
have
I
2
don't know,
very
but-
different turns that I
I
can
can
take.
imagine that it leaves you like wet.
Yeah, why not?
Like you wake up and it's just like, wow, wet. It's like, well, don't you feel better? Yeah, yes.
I'm going to step 5 feet back to get out of
Yeah.
reaction range. And
Yep.
I'm going to cast Mirror Image.
Okay.
Respect.
So, right, I'm at like 17 currently. I'm like, I have no other defensive capability without that shield spell.
You said you had it.
Question.
You can.
This is.
I still do. Like, 4
Did I
copies of
get the
Behold of it.
impression running past this thing before that it could reach further
Mm-mm.
than it's?
No, it does not look like it has great reach.
This is still flanking, yes.
Yes.
For you, yeah.
Then I would. Oh, you guys need that.
No, I think we get it too.
Yeah, it goes both directions.
Yeah, I think it's like if you
Oh.
can hit it
I just mean
from where
Well, you said
are.
for you.
I meant because you can still hit from that far away.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
But yeah.
Then I would use the fact that I have the longer weapon.
Yeah, so if I was
That makes
standing-
sense.
If I was
Yeah.
standing there,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be giving flanking. I don't think.
I meant to ask that, but I got in my head about the once
Yeah.
he actually made it so I can't react. I was like, oh, what do I do here? No.
Understandable. Anything else, Davian? So you just have a bunch of copies of yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's 4 of me now.
Got it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Tor.
I love mirror image.
Okay. I will.
My most commonly used defensive spell by far in this
I
game.
think I will
How long
throw
does it last for?
an air boomerang
A minute.
through the,
Feels like one of
the
those,
dragon.
either this
Okay.
situation
Yeah.
or a
So I
setup
need a
spell.
reflex save.
Reflex.
Yeah.
How is a 26?
That is a success. Just a straight success.
For what it's worth, Aldo here has dragged Lucio back towards the building.
That would provoke.
Yeah, not so. Yeah, exactly. To a safe spot.
Hey, Aldo. Hip.
Where's Aldo?
9 have to. Just 4 points of damage.
Aldo, quick, come stand right behind
Okay.
this guy. You don't even have to do
About
anything.
there. And then I have one more. I think I will just. If everyone else is looking okay, I will.
Runer's not
Probably
there.
just.
Runar is not okay.
He's back there. He said he had it. Oh no, you're. I'm trying to.
I mean, this is only like a week.
I don't know about you guys, but I think Runar is fine.
Do you look? If I look at you, do you look like you want healing?
Probably.
Okay. So with that, I will take a few steps over to this side, and then I'll use Ocean's Balm. $17.
Pretty good.
Not bad.
17, and then 4 fire resistance for a minute.
That seems valuable.
Nice.
Yeah.
At the moment.
Which actually, with that in mind, I would want to send the air boomerang from this side, and I can walk either before or after I use it. So I would just walk before, send it. over
Okay.
there.
Cool.
Dope.
Redrick then?
That's all.
Oh right.
I'm technically not flanking now, right?
I think you,
You are, because
But
he's still.
center.
Oh,
Of
center.
is no longer.
Well, yeah,
no,
because
you are there with me.
it would say it's close, but yeah, it's still
I mean,
it
I'll take
catches
it.
both edges.
Yep.
He's a big boy, so easier to flank.
Well, I mean, my center is on the line,
Yeah.
but since you're off the center, it technically goes through the opposite sides of the screen.
Yeah, it would just barely.
I mean, I'll take it. It was close.
You got to take that
It's
8.
close.
Because his edge is right in line with his center, so as long
Yeah.
as it gets pulled a tiny bit towards you.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
Obviously.
fine.
I'm gonna shout, Davian, you were right over there.
We're all fine here. You know? How are you?
I'm
Yeah,
gonna,
no, I'm good.
then I'm gonna stay here, and I
Got
will.
this.
It would have been legendary though if we just had this conversation of if I'm flanking and then he just leaves.
Attack. Oh yeah, natural 20.
Hey.
Go.
Nice.
That'll crit.
Cave its head in. One of them.
Take this and double it.
What's the battle axe crit thing?
I get to automatically do damage to a nearby creature.
Ah, shoot.
Sorry, Runar.
Wait, what? I get to optionally.
You gotta get value out of it.
True. I mean,
36 damage.
Ooh, not bad.
8 and 6
That's
on
a
a roll.
high roll.
And with that, he is starting to look pretty damaged. That really took him from like bloodied to like serious.
Lunged out.
Well, I'll swing again.
He
Even
was
though
joking around prior to this,
Yeah.
but now he's serious.
I don't.
I
Well,
thought it was all.
He was laughing before. He's not.
He'll attack
He's
again.
still laughing.
Still laughing. The other heads are not
Yeah.
finding this amusing.
Dragon.
19 to hit.
Yeah, no.
And then I'll raise my shield in my turn.
Okay. So Aldo has 25 feet. Can he get to the hobgoblin from where he's at?
You
From where I
mean
stuck Aldo?
Micus?
Actually, my move.
No, Aldo.
Aldo.
Oh, I
That's
see.
fucked up, man.
He'll double move if he has to.
He will have to.
Okay.
Oh, he's flanking.
He he comes up, trying to trying to get an attack out on him, and you can tell you're probably the only one that could see this. He's like crying. He's got tears in his eyes. And he goes and swings at this thing with his club.
Both fights. It's like he's my reaction on either side.
Oh, he misses horribly.
Oh.
Totally overcome by emotion. Just cannot hit this thing.
Swing and a miss.
With this
This is big. Is he the one that treasured the
Yes.
baseball bat?
Okay.
Okay.
Truncheon.
Let's see. Micus will try to. He's flanking now, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's gonna try to attack.
Yeah, I gave
He
him the old flanker.
he hit like a truck last time. He might as well try
Full
again.
of Jor, last hit. Wait a minute, that's RXP.
No.
Wait, if we should
Use your reaction to splash damage.
You know,
see why he's grow a foot
XP is not
taller.
split in Pathfinder,
Yeah,
So
so
is he gonna level up too?
maybe.
Micus gets a foot taller and
Dude.
muscles just.
Oh, he hits. He hits. Doesn't crit, but he hits. And let's see. He hits pretty hard. He rolled a 1.
Also have
He does
weapons, but
10
it's
damage.
Pretty good.
rolls.
Rolling a 1.
And why not? He'll try to attack again.
Just my crit.
Picture
No.
of this?
No.
He definitely does not crit. Oh, he critically fails maybe, but he seems pleased with himself, even though he's like,
No.
I mean, absolutely covered in blood and bruises.
Yes, I have, brother.
The dual wielding hobgoblin just like looks over his shoulder and then just attacks you. He comes up and attacks you.
Opportunity attack?
Take one of his
No,
actions for
no.
him to move up to me.
Poor Aldo.
No attack of opportunity. Yeah, he does waste an action.
Pretty good. That is really good.
Oh, natural 20.
Oh, no, I do have it.
Oh, but you have mirror image
I
going.
do have a crit.
Oh, yeah.
I do have some mirror images up.
Natural 20 and non-natural 20.
Okay, so the first one would hit and then misses. The first one would hit, but it gets a 1 in 4 chance of hitting. So,
He's gone.
I'll roll a d4. All right.
What hits
it's
and
not
what doesn't?
One. I got a 4. So the crit hits an image.
Okay.
If an attack fails to hit your AC but doesn't critically fail, it destroys an image but has no additional effect. So I
2 damage.
take no hits, but I'm down to 1 image.
Okay. The hobgoblin looks at you like, the hell?
Yeah.
Like you should be dead. And that brings us to Runar.
First action, I'm going to sustain Laughing Fit.
Okay.
Then I need a really high roll to hit this guy by spell attack, but I'm gonna cast Amped Imaginary Weapon.
Okay. Good.
He gets no. He gets
Might,
no
might as well try because
Yeah.
it does deal good damage if it hits.
If it hits, yeah. Nat 20, nat 20. Hero point.
No hesitation.
That's a 21, which definitely misses.
Misses. Worth a hero point
It
try.
was worth.
I
I
think.
mean, it was worth a try.
I think so.
And that's the end of my turn.
Rex.
Alright. I'm a swing.
With flanking, I can't.
I like to move anywhere that doesn't give Rex flanking. Okay.
5 foot step just to take him off flanking.
27 on the first attack.
Oh, that hits.
Nice.
Swell.
I think it's cocked.
I'm sad.
no.
It's
Yeah, it was.
Which is sad because it was a 7. You're not. Which is not safe.
It only knows one way to fall.
It landed in the middle. That's fine. So that's 12 points of damage on the first attack.
All right, you see his 4 legs just wobble
Excellent.
as you land that hit.
All right, so after I hit him in the one leg, I will like wheel around the blade to go for the other leg.
He goes next, so this is a big roll.
It's cocked again, and it would be a hit.
Yeah, these really don't like just sitting.
Not right now, they don't. It might be. Because it's a -3 on the second, so it's 24.
Oh, you missed by 1.
South 27.
I'm gonna hero point that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna hero point the second one, not the third one, because the
Yeah.
third one's less like.
Worse.
It's worse.
Again, worth the try.
Third attack. No. Well, it's -5.
6.
Is it 6 on flurry?
Yeah.
I
It's
think that-
-6 on your third attack.
-6.
Yeah.
25.
That ties.
There you go.
Oh, he hits it.
Wow, flanked me,
Give
baby.
me that
It's
momentum.
+3 on the momentum, or 2 because it's the third attack. That will be, if I can stop right clicking, 14 points of damage.
That is enough.
Ooh.
You manage to you kind of watch his limbs sort of vibrate as the weakness seeps into them, and you see an opportunity, and you drive your polearm directly into his spine, and he just collapses in front of you. Yeah, he was next, and let me tell you what, he was tired of being slowed. So no, fantastic. He shudders, falls. His immense bulk almost makes you lose your balance as it rocks the ground all around you. And that will bring us to Davian.
I have to roll it back because it was a crit. Even though it destroys the thing, it just gets downgraded to a regular hit. So I do need one.
Really?
One hit's worth of damage.
But it does not crit damage you.
Correct. Just
Okay.
regular damage.
So the regular damage is 14 slashing.
Do we stand?
We stand.
All right. Well, you are up.
For now.
How we pretty close.
The Davian one-on-ones continue, baby.
It's about to be a 6-on-1.
Okay. So spell strike, gouging claw. Just nothing for it.
Ooh.
33.
Hey, that hits.
That's a crit.
That's a clean hit.
I assume this isn't flanking because he's not actually next to him and threatening.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Had to check. Gotta do
He's
due
trying to reach
diligence.
the way he's holding his sword.
Yeah. Lame. So damage is 5 plus. That's still not stellar. 18 total
Ooh,
damage.
that's pretty good. You can see like he was not expecting that. He really takes the brunt of the attack and like staggers a bit. It does not look like he's long for this world.
All right, and we will see if we can finish it off with another Force Fang
Let's go.
to recharge my spell attack, and hopefully
That just
kill.
hits, right?
Yeah. 8 damage.
8 is enough to take him out.
Wow.
He.
I'm at 3.
Oh, that is
That 1
perfect.
point from the shield thing almost mattered.
Oh wow! So he could have knocked you out with that last attack.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I'm gonna reread this again because this seems too good. And then I was like, I got to the part where it's like, if a crit would hit an image, it still just hits them.
He collapses and sort of with his last strength stabs his sword into the ground and falls to one knee. And it looks for a second like he's about to stand back up, but then he loses the grasp on the sword and collapses in front of you.
Nice.
You notice as he falls, He falls sort of on top of one of his blades, but the other one stands sticking out of the ground. You can see runes etched into it. And that is combat over.
Nice.
Ow.
Just like lean onto the glaive and look over at Tor. Thanks for that one.
Aldo, unless you do something to stop him, Davian, Aldo will grab that sword out of the ground and just hack at the hobgoblin for a little while.
Give me that when you're done with it, but I don't stop it.
After he's done with it, he just like throws it at the hobgoblin and walks away.
Respect.
I will bleedingly pick it up.
I look at you and I'll like swiftly make my way over and just be like, ah! I'll just be like, I see you did have it in hand, and I will ocean bomb you.
Yeah, no sweat. It's just blood.
Yes. I have
No
been
sweat at
stabbed
all, just
3
blood.
times.
You'll get
Damn
12 from the initial one.
Yep.
I gladly take. Ooh, not damage. Heal.
And I would also, I don't think I've healed, what's her name? Redrick yet.
You've not.
That was a good combat. I feel like that was really close, a close thing.
There's 10.
Okay.
There's some good teamwork there. That second spell, Runar Cast, was really helpful
Yeah.
to reduce damage output.
Oh, we definitely.
And so was
have-
the curse,
we definitely
actually,
have
the
at least someone go down.
enfeebled.
My
Probably more
appreciation
curse,
to the DM for letting me swap out that other force spell for this one that I can do in melee range.
Oh yeah.
'Cause, yeah.
I honestly, I still don't think it. I think you should have just been given the choice to begin with. But I will say, I was really looking forward to having this guy start flanking you guys over with the
Yeah.
Chimera, and the fact that he never got to do that really bums me out a little bit.
Well,
But
the fact that our boy Redrick Alpha struck
Mage, yeah.
made for a very different fight than this.
The cleric too, if I missed my guess.
he was a cleric. He was.
Oh.
Yeah, because he cast the lance.
Oh, Divine
Lance,
Lance.
yeah.
Yeah, that was a good catch.
Yeah.
Um,
This fight could have gone all over the place in different ways. So.
I also did when you cast what's Ocean's Balm? Is that what
Yeah.
it's called? You got a crit attack opportunity.
Yeah.
I think you lose the spell on that.
Oh,
do I?
really?
If you are doing a manipulate action and the attack opportunity crits you, you lose the action.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Well, future reference.
Yep. Just want to call that out.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, my disrupt specifically says that a crit ends the action. I don't know if opportunity attacks.
So like yours, I think it's the same one that Doug's has, and like if you hit his move and you crit, it doesn't move. The number of times Doug has
And
punched
action.
a crit on a move, and
It's
stopped the enemy
unbelievable.
from, like, getting away. or
Really
getting
changed.
It's move and manipulates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I'll post the rule in the Red Hands thing too. On attacks opportunity. Assuming it's what it
Serana
is.
comes out, surveys the situation. It looks as if she has sort of been ensuring that nothing's going to happen to the council members.
You mentioned that. I was kidding.
Oh well, I mean,
No.
also fair either way. I wouldn't. I don't think there's any reason you shouldn't cast some judgment, but she makes sure Micus looks okay, and then with Aldo takes a look at
I was gonna say that,
Lucio's
like,
body.
The next thing is making sure that Lucio is
Lucio's dead.
dead.
Yeah,
It wasn't breathing.
Lucio was dead actually before you got outside. That blade bearer, that dual wielder, just tore him to pieces.
Devian's like, imagine losing one of those.
Yeah.
Blood just like the teacher in Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah.
It's like,
I will poke at the Chimera a bit and see. Oh, I bet Sir Tyrion probably will take something from this. What looks like it's probably worth cutting off of this beast.
Well, Sir Tyrion probably pokes his head out of the door
I
and
will
like
call
start
out
looking
to him.
around. Yeah, I mean, the once Serana makes it clear that it's safe, she sort of, you get the sense that she's trying to like get them out here.
Yeah.
You hear her call to Yormel and say, you know, your bodyguards are injured. You should, you know, they need you. And she says, oh, Sir Tyrion, you should take a look at this creature, and you know, so on and so forth. She's trying to goad them a little bit. You know, she says, oh, it's safe. The our guests have made sure of that. And so they most of them are not willing to like get close to the bodies, except for Delora, who like immediately starts poking around.
Especially the fire scorched
Yeah,
ground there.
yeah. There's like just some like completely burnt away areas of the battlefield.
Can we see the was it the winch? Is that what it's called for the ferry from here?
No.
It's further
Yeah,
further that way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just because I want to make sure that it's not being fucked with. I'm gonna go check it real quick. Even though I really want to check out this holy symbol, like this guy has a whole kind of holy symbol. This guy has. I'm gonna go check out the ferry real
I was
quick.
gonna say
There's, you don't find anything amiss.
Okay.
It's quiet.
Check the sky.
In order to ensure the town guard are well equipped, there is always someone staffing the ferry, even at night. But there's nothing. You don't see anything amiss.
Okay. I'll circle back really quick. Just want to make sure that this was another distraction.
so I will send up Evan
Okay.
and do similar scouting of the area, and then. So I'm also sort of I'm sheathing the sword for later inspection, but I want to search this dual wielding hobgoblin to see if there's anything
Yeah.
of note. Las Parkinsons.
It looks like both of his short swords have enchantments.
Oh shit. I'm gonna have so many short swords.
And he wears a breastplate of fine
got an evolving sword.
fine make, but it's not magical. You don't really find anything else on him. It looks like he had some rations, but he was traveling pretty light. Based on what you're seeing, it looks like they both were riding on the Chimera into town.
I will remove the armor
Okay.
from him, and I will just obviously I don't have extra sheaths, but actually, what am I saying? I got just shove swords into my sleeves and they disappear for the moment, and I will, just hang on to the armor for now. We're gonna sell that to the town too.
I'll just call over. Yormel's out here, right?
Yeah. He stays at the door.
Yeah.
He like barely leaves the house. He's like staying right at the door.
Yormel, I suppose you have the next 5 or 6 of these, right? You'll take care of it?
He does not say anything. He just glowers.
You look over at its dead bodyguard.
Oh yeah, he seems to be like particularly paying attention to Aldo. Aldo, for his part, doesn't seem to be mad at anybody apart from the hobgoblins.
Yeah.
He seems to really be bummed about Lucio.
Lucio's the one that died, right?
Yeah, Lucio died.
Were Aldo and Lucio the guards outside Yormel's house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'll say,
I don't think I know that though.
Sir Tyrion, anything useful from this? And I poke at the Chimera.
He like jumps on its back
Yeah.
and starts like poking at it
Yeah.
with like a dagger that he had in his belt, and he says, "Oh, it looks like this is actual dragon. Some sort of bizarre amalgamation, but I think it's real dragon hide.
What can you do with it?
Who knows? Maybe I'll figure something out. Could be fun." He just starts like sawing at it with his dagger. Like this.
And I'll like, he's tiny, right?
Oh yeah, he's a
I
halfling.
will absolutely manhandle and like lift him up and like set him aside. I was like, let's leave this to the professional.
Oh, thanks. Much appreciated.
And I just spit blood.
It's going around. It's going around. Boo.
And I will hack at this thing while all the council members are doing whatever they're doing.
You hear a yell sort of pierce the air, and you turn and you see Noro Whiston is standing at the doorway, and he says, "Excuse me. Thank you for your help. But we have a town council meeting to finish. So if you will," and he just gestures to the house.
I'll walk up and I'll be like, "Excuse me."
He glares at you like he looks like he's trying to be civil, but he,
This man has spent the last week of his life just trying to make his council meeting.
Yeah.
Say, certainly, the council meeting can hold for a few minutes while the speaker can say a few words for those that lost their lives in this conflict. I'll look over to Lucio. I'll say, "Is this town guard that fell in line of duty?"
In the north, such a thing would be honored immediately.
do you want to have this council meeting or not?
I'm genuinely.
Yeah,
I don't think we're trying to razz him at this point. I think we're genuinely
we're genuinely.
come on, my guy.
Yeah.
And so, I'm guessing we both just sort of stand in silence, with our eyes glaring at him like a foot and a half apart.
Yeah. Just have our arms folded, waiting for it.
Noro does not seem to react at all. He just in a huff goes back inside. However, suddenly Yormel says, "My dear Lucio, to sacrifice his life in defense of our beautiful Drellin's Ferry. It is the ultimate gift to me and to this town and to its people. Let us take a moment to honor his bravery."
I'll stare at him dumbfounded. It's the same person.
I just raise my in the distance, sitting on top of this chimera. I'll just raise up my glaive and just say, "To Lucio."
And he said he replies. He says, "To Lucio, and
Pound
let everyone in the long history of Drellin's Ferry to come, the future of all of our people, remember that the House of Yormel defended this town."
As he talks, I'll sort of you'll see snow just more and more form within my kinetic aura, just start actually coating the ground a little bit, till it's kind of blizzardy. I wouldn't know. Would you guys know? Is Lucio actually from the House of Yormel, or is he a hired hand?
He's a hired hand.
Okay.
But hired by the House of Yormel.
Yeah.
And then after a moment, he also sort of hangs his head and he goes inside.
I'll head inside as well.
Yeah, follow.
I will pause my work on the.
Actually, I make sure that I go in the door before him.
Before.
Just before you roll.
Oh, okay.
And when he starts to leave, I just make sure that I'm a step ahead, so I'm not following him into this meeting.
Got it.
Subtle, petty thing.
I will usher the interested Sertiran in alongside me, away from the chimera.
He shrugs. Okay.
And as we're walking by, just tap him on the shoulder. Don't worry, we'll get that hide to use.
I don't think anyone's going to steal it.
I'd be surprised if anybody walked near it.
Well, so you all sit down around this table. Now, it's the difference between the two groups is pretty stark. It's the council members on one side, and then you all who are just a mess of gore and mud and weapons and just with maybe some exceptions. I mean, you might have cleaned yourself up and
I don't think I got.
you didn't.
I got bit real good.
Yeah, that one time.
And it was fire too, because it's a dragon.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he actually canceled out all the fire.
The fire damage got nullified.
No, I just have like a ruffled like leather hide armor where again in my head the goat bit me very hard. Does it make perfect sense? No. Do I want to fight just the goat head of a chimera? Yeah.
I would cast it.
Want
The
me, bro?
30-foot AoE heal after the battle as well with the Staff of Healing. So everybody gets. Where's my D8? This one. 9 hit points back.
It's like if you're gonna say one, it's gonna be very funny.
Oh yeah, that'd be pretty bad.
I don't think you get the modifier on the 3-action version. I think it's just the die roll.
Oh, it is. Oh, it's just one then.
Oh fuck. I mean, you get so many modifiers.
Well, I was at 15. Now I'm at 16.
After
Just
another
saying.
few minutes, I don't know if. I'm guessing we are all sort of like seated together, like whenever
On one side of the table, yeah.
whenever the sort of cooldown runs. I'm guessing this whole like cleanup portion didn't necessarily take 10 minutes.
You know.
So like a few minutes into the meeting, I go through and heal everyone up again.
Yeah.
Okay.
And more in my headcanon, I think the water balm is like kind of covering people in water to heal them.
Oh, okay.
Makes sense.
In my head, I was like, you're serving them like a cup of tea, like they're like.
That's-
mm.
That reminds me so much of like water healing in Avatar.
That's
Yeah.
that's by default. I think of like the water healing in Avatar, where it's sort of like glowy and moving. I think a lot of my kinetic powers are a little more subdued than that, but I really like the idea that my water healing is just sort of like a mini rainstorm, just like
Yeah.
like pours down on you, but you feel really good afterwards.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah.
Well, I think at this point, no one in the room is going to say anything about it. They're just going to let that happen.
Yeah.
But Whiston says, he basically gets right to the point. He says, well, you know why we're here. In a matter of days or hours, he sort of looks at the door that's still hanging open to the front, to the yard. We are going to have an army of those things at our doorsteps. So what do? Fight? Try to talk to them? Abandon the town and flee? Or, I don't know, hide? Pray? And he shrugs. He says, everyone will have their turn. First, Delora. Speak your piece. She takes a moment, but she also, as some of you have already witnessed, tends to be pretty blunt. And she says simply, I've seen towns put to the sword before. If we stay, I can see 2 things. Slavery or death. We should gather our things immediately, flee to the east. It cannot be too soon. And that's all she says. Whiston looks next to Eormel, who seems to have changed his sort of demeanor a little bit. It softens. But he says, well, I still think that we can't let them take everything that we've worked on, we've built together as a community here. I think we need to take a lesson from our friends that sit across the table from us. We need to stand up to these hobgoblins and fight. Next, Noro looks at Kellen, who seems a little freaked out by what just happened outside. But he's still got sort of a little smirk on his face like he usually does. He says, they want something, right? They have to want something to do this. I say we give it to them. We amass what gold and treasure we have, and we pay them off. And if they come back later, well, we can prepare. We can rally. Noro looks down the table at the end of the table, who's at Serana, who's still standing. She has never sat at all during this period. She takes a deferential tone. There is definitely steel in her voice as she says this, but she basically says, "It is not for me to decide. I will serve this town to the end and do whatever you all ask of me. However, despite the skill of my companions," and she sort of nods at Micus, who's like standing at the door, just like as if nothing has happened. He's bleeding like crazy. I do not believe we can stop an army of thousands. That's all I'll say. Whiston seems to take all of this in and says, I'll withhold my judgment for now. What do you all have to say?
I have to edit this in the I have to keep editing this whole thing.
Before Redrick, you say your piece, I'll let you know what we saw when we went up north today. So went up past through the Witchwood and into the marshes a bit, about 16 miles north of the ferry, and another 8 to 10 miles out. Saw a couple of real large flying beasts, probably the dragon. And I point outside, much bigger and much meaner than that we just fought, and much smarter. We've got maybe, if we're lucky, 30 miles between us and that army. And that's if we're lucky. They don't want your prisoners, by the way. Their map they have makes it pretty clear what they want is your death. That's all I have to say.
You'll bring out the map.
You will bring out the map?
Yeah.
This actually interests a lot of them. Yormel doesn't pay any attention, but Kellen and Delora especially both like lean over and take a good look at it.
This is especially not worth burning.
They poke at it. You can hear them muttering a little bit to themselves.
Did we get opinions from anyone else before that? Or so we got Delora, Yormel, Kellen, Serana, and Noro. Did any of the others chime in before?
Sir Tyrion's here, but
Right.
he has not said anything.
Okay. Is Barthel here?
No.
So I may also say my piece.
How about Drathgar? Is he here?
Drathgar was at the river.
Okay.
Oh, also, Aberthil's the druid, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Aberthil's already heading out of here.
There are some murmurs. That seems to interest Kellen.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of looks confused at that, but he nods.
She mentioned the forest has been indicating many pests approaching her glade.
Sarmi's not interested in your gold. If they want it, they'll just kill you and take it. There's only one place to fight them. Is at the walls of Brindle.
Based on his accounting of how far away he thinks how far away the army is, how soon do I think they'd get here?
You tell me. I don't know.
Warcraft lore? Warfare lore?
Well, so what are you trying? What are you trying to determine?
How much time until the army would get here, based on Rex's report?
So I don't know enough about what you all think, right? Like you a better question would be like, how
Fast.
long will it take the army to cover this much ground? Now that you could Warcraft
Yeah.
lore that.
Yeah, how long would it take an army traveling through the night, or how much distance would an army traveling through the night travel, like per hour? Like how many hours?
And they're still on the other side of the river, though, too, right?
Right.
They can go through the marsh without having to cross. If they go through the marsh where we did, you can cross the Elsier by like waiting rather than by.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I guess
Yeah.
depends
The
on the
marshes
way.
are just really slow. Yeah.
How many? Assuming they didn't stop, how many hours do I believe it would take for that army to get here, including based on the distance and the fact that they have to ford the river?
And go through the woods.
So that's still not enough information. Now you're not giving me where you think the army is.
Oh, he told me it was. He said it was like how many miles away?
So we went 16 miles
I
north,
think you said like. Sorry.
and then it was 8 to 10 miles. I saw in the sky, in and
flying
out
creatures?
of vision,
Yeah.
the 2 flying creatures. So that's why I said 30 miles,
So how long would it
give or
take
take.
Yeah.
an army
Traveling
to go about 30 miles?
To go about 30 miles on.
Say standard like day night. They don't go through the night though.
Because I mean, these creatures can't see in the dark,
But
right?
they gotta sleep.
They do have to sleep, but they might sleep in the daytime and move at the night.
So using your warfare lore, you suspect that it would be very difficult for the army to traverse 30 miles on flat terrain in less than 4 days.
Okay.
So we think it's at least 4 days until they can possibly get to Dronsberry.
It would be
Based on
at
our
least 4
assumptions.
days to travel 30 miles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have assumptions into this. He's just giving us
fair.
because like we could take into account the fact that this is not flat ground necessarily. It's marshland, so it might be slower. Or
And some of them might be on the Dawnway and closer than that because we
Yeah.
only look to the north. So part of the
Correct.
body might be to the north, part of it might be coming from the Dawnway.
Part of the body could be closer than the creatures you saw in the air.
Yep.
but I think we stick with main body.
Mhm.
Keep that assumption for now.
Now that we've spoken
What
in
do you
his head.
what do you communicate to
Yeah.
them?
So
Yeah, now that we've spoken in Redrick's head.
yes, I'll say, if I may, we do not intend to come before this council today as heralds of fear, but as voices of reason, bringing forth a request that demands our unwavering resolve. For hundreds of years, we have enjoyed the relative peace of life in the Vale, insulated from the harsh realities that lurk beyond our borders. But I stand before you now to shatter that illusion of safety that we have so naively clung to. I'm sure you've already heard the news we've brought from our excursion to the Witchwood. I'll point to the map. I know some of you do not believe us, and perhaps some of you still don't, despite everything. But nevertheless, an army of goblins approaches, filled with malevolent intent and an insatiable hunger for destruction. Based on Rex's scouting, the more mobile of these forces could already be here by tomorrow. I know not if they come for our riches, your homes, the land, the people themselves, but what I do know, at the very least, that I believe they come for either our lives or our freedom, and that they draw ever closer. I understand the inclination to dismiss our alarm as an overreaction, as it's easier to retreat into the comfort of denial rather than face the terrifying truth that stands before us. But I implore you, as a fellow citizen of the Vale, to cast aside such folly and recognize the gravity of the situation we find ourselves in. We stand upon a precipice, our very livelihood threatened by forces hidden by a swath of forest, barely unseen. To remain here without walls or a host of soldiers to protect you would be to invite certain doom upon yourselves and your loved ones. Do not let your greed, your pride, or your naivete shackle you here, blinding you to the reality of the danger that approaches just over the Elsir. For even if you doubt the tidings that we bring, does the benefit of taking the necessary precaution not outweigh what will be lost? We've already seen that they have a dragon at their disposal. But by the time you can see their forces with your own eyes, it'll already be too late. Just as that creature outside just now came out of the sky without a single warning. So I beg of you, rise above any baser instincts you may cling to and embrace the wisdom of retreat. It will require sacrifice. Yes, it will demand humility and courage beyond measure. But know this, in fleeing from this threat, you do not abandon your principles or your values. Rather, you preserve them, ensuring that they endure to guide us through the trials that lie ahead. Let the people of the Vale know that when Drellin's Ferry was met with the news of this enemy, that they did not fall as people clinging hopelessly to their belongings, but instead rose as survivors with the courage to leave their homes and wisdom to know that their lives are more important than wealth, property, and pride. Together, my friends, let us embark on this journey towards Brindle and to safety. Sir Terran is already making plans to move to the east, and it sounds like several of you would like to do the same. So let us be united in purpose and steadfast in our determination to protect the people that we hold dear. For it is not the size of our coffers or the splendor of our homes that define us, but the strength of our character and the depth of our determination. So what say you?
So as he's
I got one more thing.
Okay.
Will you choose greed and death or humility in life?
and like before he delivers his last line, you're like sitting next to me. You see me pull out a card, just like sort of stare at it, and then cast guidance on him. Nobody else notices because it doesn't have any components, but.
Make a diplomacy roll. Add 12.
12?
You guys did a lot of good stuff that I think should affect this roll.
I have a hero point.
Hero point.
Do it.
This is absolutely hero.
Yeah, but I can also roll worse is the issue. I rolled worse. At 12?
Does a hero point downgrade if you?
Yeah.
At 12 on top of my normal stuff?
Yes.
It's like kill the +1 from
Add 12 on top of everything else.
Why is math so hard? 24.
Okay. There is a long silence as the group sort of takes in your words. They all
So like stare them all down and turn. More on the ones that hesitated.
Some of them do not hesitate to reach or to meet your eyes. Noro folds under pressure immediately when you stare at him. Eormel sort of like looks up and away, like he's too good to look at you. But all of them are clearly really thinking about what they want to do. After what feels like hours, is probably just a couple of minutes, Whiston says, "Town council members, we've heard everyone's opinions. Does anyone have anything else to add?" It looks like Eormel might want to say something, but he holds his tongue.
Is that asking the council members if they have something to add?
But he does then look to all of you. You said your piece. Do you have any last words for us?
I don't say anything.
You did such a good job. I can't be rude now. I wasn't sure if there was going to be more conversation.
All right. I think our options are clear. I think it is only fair that we first we give the benefit of the doubt to our colleagues across the table. So those in favor of immediate abandonment of Drellin's Ferry, say aye. Delora immediately says aye. Kellen begrudgingly says aye. Noro, sort of looking at you, Redrick, says aye. And after a long pause, Iroma pounds the table, sort of collapses. Aye. And with that, the four of them, without saying a further word, pull out their chairs and leave the building.
I catch Yormo and give him his money.
He pauses. Again, looks like he might want to say something, but just nods at you, takes it, leaves.
I don't say that.
Yes. I walk over to Redrick, just give him a hearty clap on the shoulder, and as I start walking past to go over to the Chimera, I turn around and look at him, and that's something I can't do.
I just like sigh and just like sit down and like do the thing where you put the head of the axe down so
Yeah.
the handle's up, and I just like just clearly just relieved from the stress that it worked.
Mine was just going to be the really short, less fancy version of what you were saying. It's just gonna be anyone who stays or votes to stay is a fool. The only thing staying will accomplish is you dying in your own home, clinging to your riches as you're slaughtered by the Red Hand.
I said all
Just
that.
be like, yeah. Yeah, but you're like, you have an opportunity to be brave, and I'm like, if you stay, you're a fucking idiot.
Honey, not vinegar. Is that an expression, right?
Noro sort of looks to all of you after you've sort of taken it all in and says, I will begin preparation immediately. If you have any suggestions, any guidance for me or this town as we prepare to take our leave, please do not hesitate to share it. But I believe, under the circumstances, you owe all of yourselves a rest. Serana and her soldiers will watch the town while you
Rest.
take your leave.
The only suggestion that comes to mind right now is to, I've mentioned this before, but is to destroy any supplies that we can't bring with us that they might be able to use against us. If there's a field, if it's going to be ripened for harvest and they can use it to feed their army, and we can't take what's good with us, burn it down.
It may be difficult to ensure everything is burned.
Sure.
How do you feel about gifting the Elsyr our belongings that we no longer want?
I was literally going to say that. I was
Double-
like,
double
yeah,
different.
anything that
Yeah.
that we can't reasonably carry in whatever caravan's about to leave the town, just dump it into the river, and that's it. Like,
Honestly,
the warehouse is full of food. We're not going to be able to bring all of it.
As long as it either cannot be found or cannot be used after it's been in the water, I'm fine with that.
It wouldn't necessarily destroy everything, but it would require the Red Hand to spend time tracking downriver to get it.
Yeah, sure.
Perhaps a boon in and of itself.
Maybe we even throw in. If you throw in some supplies that look enticing, but only 1 in 10 bags actually has anything worthwhile in it, waste their time even more. But chasing down 10 bags only for one of them to have anything to do.
Throw 3 really valuable swords into the river, but label them 1, 2, and 4.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking of. Genius.
Well, we have warehouses full of goods. I have to imagine much of it will have to be disposed of. Not your problem though. If for now,
Well, everyone
rest.
gets a very hearty breakfast, and hopefully we can persuade some of the other merchants in town that came from the east and were hoping to leave to the west to pack up fresh supplies and bring it with us.
Who were the yes votes from the town council?
Everyone, unanimous.
Oh, was it everyone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was just.
Oh,
Everyone whose opinion
was
was
here.
cared about.
There's only
Sarana did
Draft.
not vote. She what's that called?
Abstained.
Abstained. Yeah.
Who did?
Sarana.
the
Okay.
town.
And then,
Captain.
and then, yeah, the wizard didn't vote either.
He's
He
not-
wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't given a vote.
It doesn't matter.
And-
Although he also
and
made it clear that he was
Drathgar-
leaving,
yeah,
so-
and Drathgar and Avarthil were not there, but also, Drathgar's not going to fight it, and Avarthil's already leaving.
Did Delora get a vote?
Yeah.
Yes.
She was the first to vote.
So it's just the 4.
There are only 5 voting members, right?
Yeah.
And Serana abstained.
That's correct.
Gotcha.
That's correct. Let's end for the evening there. Two things. I'd like you to consider sort of what your next steps will be, as it what you do now is sort of up to you. 2, you're level 6.
We'll make
I
one more.
defeated my demons. I fought one guy one-on-one. Didn't die.
This was the first session.
Level
6. This was the first session. I forgot to wonder if I was level 6 at the end of it.
That's when you get it.
Of course.
All right, folks. We'll call it there.
Yeah.
We successfully rest through the night.